Mayor Sid. Good evening, Mayor. Can you hear me? Can you unmute? Still muted, Mayor.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Got it.
Loud and clear.
Come on, let's get ready to start in about a minute. I'm sure. I think our agenda was published that it was going to be at 6. So if anybody had logged in at 6, I want to make sure that we start on time. And Mang, who do we have from the council so we can get going?
We have Councilmember Rodriguez, Dieguez, Collazo, and that's it.
So we don't have Madam Clerk, we don't have a quorum yet to start, right?
We have 4. Yes, we have quorum. Vice Mayor Rodriguez reached out to me earlier. He will not be attending the meeting. We're missing Councilman Alvarez and Councilwoman Ruano, who will be attending. So if we minutes, I have reached out to them just as a reminder.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It's 6:30. Let's call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Here.
Councilmember Collazo.
Present.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilmember Alvarez. Councilmember Ruano. Vice Mayor Rodriguez will be absent. Mayor Sid.
Present.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are on to our prayer for tonight, and the prayer is going to be led by Danny Vasquez from the Included Church.
Mayor, let the record reflect that I see Councilwoman Ruano. Welcome.
Got it.
Thank you, Tina.
Is Councilman Alvarez on also, or not yet?
No, I still do not see him.
Not yet.
Okay. Pastor Vasquez.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity. Let's go ahead and pray together to get this meeting started. Father, we thank you that we are all here today. You've kept us safe throughout this day. You've brought us to this moment in time. We thank you for each and every person that you've selected to be on this call. We ask that you give us wisdom to have your will done. You have desires for this town of Miami Lakes. We just ask that you would make them known to us, that we would carry out your desires for this town that you love so much and all the people that you love so much. We thank you for this opportunity, and we thank you for being able to be here today. In your name we pray, amen.
Thank you, Pastor Vasquez. We are on to the pledge, and tonight the pledge will be led by, Kaylin Estevez from Girl Scout Troop 584.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Kaylin. Great job.
Thank you.
We're on to Ariel Fernandez from the Better You Minute. Welcome, Ariel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As always, it's an honor to be here with the town of Miami Lakes on this beautiful day of democracy, a day of election. Life is full of challenges, some great and some small. Every day, we're presented with new opportunities to take on challenges or to turn them down. Many of us are automatically programmed to say, no way, when a new challenge presents itself. We're scared to take it on and prevent ourselves from seeing our own potential. I too have failed to take on challenges due to fear of failure. But looking back, I cannot think of a single challenge I have taken on that I have not been able to at least learn from. See, it's not always about succeeding. It's about what we get out of it. So let's stop fearing failure and take on life's challenges.
Thank you, Ariel. Thank you always for setting the mood for our council meeting. It's always on point. So thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Mayor.
We're on to the order of business, deferrals, additions, deletions. I know I had the manager ask me earlier to move up the contact tracing presentation to after public comments. So if we can do that, that'd be great. Council, are there any other deferrals, additions, deletions? And I'll go by what's on my screen. Councilman Collazo? None. Councilman Rodriguez? None. Councilman Dieguez?
None.
Councilwoman Ruano?
None, Mayor, thank you.
I don't see Councilman Alvarez nor the Vice Mayor on. So, Council, there's only one moving of the contact tracing item to after public comments. Is there a motion for that?
I'll move it.
Motion.
There's a
second.
motion. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Madam Clerk, the floor is yours. We're on to public comments.
Good evening. I'm going to read the statement that I read always and then proceed with calling the individuals that I see on the screen. All comments or questions from this virtually meeting attended in public shall be directed to the mayor in a very courteous tone. To ensure the orderly conduct and efficiency of this meeting, public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes, maximum per person. No clapping, applauding, heckling, verbal outbursts in support of or in opposition to a speaker or his/her remarks shall be permitted. Should a member of the virtually attending audience become unruly or behave in any manner that disrupts the orderly and efficient conduct of the meeting, such person will be asked to leave the Zoom meeting. And as a courtesy to others, all electronic devices must be set to silent mode to avoid disruption of the proceedings. So we're going to start with.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Hemang, if you and Gina can please, whenever you guys call somebody, call them by their name that is on there. So I think that'll be the easiest way to do it.
Yes, will do. And Herman, as soon as we call them and you see them and they start speaking, stating their name and address, that's when we start the 3 minutes, okay? So I am going to start with Mr. Stephen. I see Mr. Stephen H.
I believe he's public.
He's here for public comments?
No comment. You see.
No
the
comments.
DP.
Okay, well, welcome, Mr. Stephen. Then I'm going to go with Ms. Jennifer. Ms. Jennifer?
Gregorish.
I see a Jennifer.
Yes, hi.
Hi.
Good evening,
Welcome.
Jennifer. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, everybody. Jennifer Gregorish, I'm 14140 Leaning Pine Drive in Miami Lakes. The comments I want to make are regarding to the agenda item for my husband. I think it's 13A or B. I'm not exactly sure. But I just want to say that I lost my husband 3 weeks ago today, and I'm sorry if I'm emotional. But I want to thank everybody who worked to bring this on the agenda. And I know I am biased by saying he was a wonderful man because he was my husband. But I think it speaks volumes when you have other people in the community that they're willing to put this on the agenda before you. And I just hope you consider it and pass it for him. And that's all I have to say. So thank you very much for your time.
And Jennifer, we are so sorry for your loss. Yeah, it's thank you for being on today. Our prayers are with you. I mean, there's no words that we can express to comfort you, but I know that a lot of residents really, really speak very highly of you, your family, your husband, his legacy. And I know that's why Councilman Collazo had placed it on the agenda. So we'll be discussing that later tonight. So God bless you and your family. Know that our entire town is with you.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker is from item 13E, FPL. I don't see the name. I see only MON. FPL. Someone from FPL that wishes to speak may do so now.
Hi, this
Monica.
is Monica Barnes. I'm legal counsel for FPL. I do not wish to speak on public comment.
Okay.
We're here tonight to answer any questions should the council have any.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So we have 13D, Miss Bonnie. Welcome. Miss
Hello.
Bonnie. Okay,
Can you hear me?
we sure can. Welcome.
Thank you.
Please state your name and address and you may speak. The floor is
Hey.
yours.
Okay, thank you. This is Bonnie Crook. I'm on the Lake Sarah Homeowners Association Board. I live at 7254 Point Sienna Court, and I'm here to support Jennifer Gregores and her wonderful husband, Norman, because he is just been a hero to all of us, not just the people he helped on the police department, but all of us here on the lake when he was on the board with us. I'm going to keep it short. That's why I'm here. And thank you, Luis Colazo and Naeem Hassan, for doing this. Thanks.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Bonnie.
Okay,
You're welcome. Thank you.
the next speaker, because I see a lot of speakers from item 12A, but because that is a quasi judicial, you'll speak during the item. You don't speak now. So we have Claudia, I see a Claudia. I'm imagining is Claudia Luces, but I don't see a last name. Herman, if you can help me, I just see the name Claudia.
Give me a second. Yes.
And I take this opportunity to welcome Councilmember Alvarez for joining the meeting. Thank you, sir. I'm not sure if,
Yes, yes, Miss Claudia, but I'm not so sure she wants to speak.
no, not speaking?
I do.
Oh, okay.
I do.
We don't see you. I only see Claudia's iPad. But it's Claudia Luces, so welcome. There we go. We see you. Good
You
evening.
see me now? Okay.
I do.
Hello, everyone. Claudia Luces, 8220 Menteith Terrace, Miami Lakes, Florida. Want to bring a couple of issues to light. Starting off with the Somos testing sites. I had questioned whether or not we were going to be receiving reimbursement for the officers used to provide security detail or assistance to this nonprofit group that we all know at the end of the day, does make money. We know that they left on July the 31st, coincidentally, the day that the CARES Act money ended. But wanted to find out if we were going to get any type of reimbursement from them, simply because we did have a drop in level of service and we had officers pulled off of our streets to go monitor that site. So I'm hoping that somebody will address that issue. Recently, I saw a post from Mayor Sid on the need to provide low-income families with essentially daycare services for the students who are not going to be attending school because of the school closures. I think that we have to be very careful and we have to understand that we are a small local government and that there are agencies that take care of this, i.e. the public school system. So I think any grievances or anything or any concerns should be addressed by our elected leaders with the school board or with our public school system to determine how best to service that population. I don't think the answer is by opening up our community centers to do something that really, it's a problem that we did not create, but I do feel that it's something that can be perhaps better addressed even by our school system. On another issue, and that is regarding the franchise fee, which I am dead set against at this point. I understand that we borrowed money to fulfill some of the shortfalls that we had last year. Unfortunately, no one could have predicted COVID, but we have to live within our means. And I think hitting the residents at this point with any type of tax is really not fair. There is need for infrastructure improvements. As a matter of fact, I heard that there was $55 million that was being discussed over a 9-year period for infrastructure issues, for stormwater. And that's already going to place another heavy burden on the taxpayer. We have to pick and choose and prioritize what projects we decide to move forward with. Take, for example, the dog park. In retrospect, was the dog park really necessary? I would say no. But yet we still, teetered with the option of getting parking and getting a canopy and getting all of these things. I think the town council needs to take a step back and truly prioritize what is needed in this town. Remember, it's the taxpayers who are funding all of this, but our pockets are only so deep, which means that you also have limitations. So please bear that in mind when you make those decisions. These are hefty numbers that we're talking about, and while we want to accomplish so much, we have to understand that we cannot accomplish it all at once, in particular during one of the biggest economic downturns in history. So just keep that in mind. Thank you, and I hope you are all well.
Thank you, Claudia.
Thank you, Ms. Lucis. Let me see. All the individuals I see in my screen are for 12A. Herman, is there any way that we can see more of the speakers, the people that call in? I see several.
Yes, we have Mr. Angelo. Let me unmute him.
Mr. Angelo?
Mr. Angelo, can you hear us?
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Angelo. I think I see. We don't hear you.
How about now?
We hear you clearly. We only see your neck.
Okay,
a little bit farther away, and we will be able to see your face.
Beautiful. Let me.
Okay.
How about now?
Better. We see you.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Let me know when we're ready.
We are ready. Good evening, sir.
Thank you. Good evening to everyone, to the whole entire council, to the manager, to the attorney, to the mayor, to everyone. I don't know Jennifer, but Jennifer, from the deepest part of my heart, my condolences for your loss, and I mean that very deeply. Moving forward, the reason I'm here today is I've said numerous things in the past.
Yes, sir.
But I'm going to, good afternoon, sir. I know I have Lorenzo there. Lorenzo, you hear me? Okay, can you hear me?
Give me 1 second. Angelo's calling.
We hear you, sir.
Lorenzo might want to meet yourself.
I mean, thank you. But anyways, I want to state, okay, that I'm talking today on item 13E, the franchise fee of FP&L, which I'm totally against. Every other day, every other moment that we have somebody coming up with somebody's surrogate friends, or I don't know what's going on, but there's always something that we always look for something to spend our hard tax dollar. So the bottom line pretty much is, in a nutshell, I'm trying to tell you guys, enough is enough of the spending, okay? We, the taxpayers, need to start holding each and every one of you, each and every one. There's none, every single one of you should be held accountable for what you guys do in your decisions. That's why you ran to serve our community. With that said, again, it's going to go back down to the bottom line, spending the money. I know that there is numerous things that have priority before this or these this 3% franchise fee. We need to concentrate on where we need to spend our money, like storm drains, potholes, tree canopy, sidewalks, and so forth and so on. So with that said, I know that Manny said our mayor was never in support of this item, and I thank him for that. It was another three of our town council, like Jeffrey, Carlos, and Nelson. These were the three that were all in favor of this. You know, and we'll be able to talk about that because the minutes are almost over. So with that said, in a nutshell, getting back to the word, I am opposing, and I am not in agreement with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angelo. Thank you very
Thank you, Angelo.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Gina, I see two more yes public comments. Gil Morales.
Mr. Steve Morales, can you hear us?
Gil Morales. Gil Morales.
Welcome. Good evening.
Hello.
Gil Morales, welcome.
Hello.
Yes, we hear you,
Okay,
and
good.
we see you. Good evening, sir.
I apologize. I've never done this before. My wife actually helped me with this because I don't know anything about computers.
Well, welcome, and we see you well. Name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. My name. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me, our distinguished guest on here. My name is Gil Morales, and I'm a former Marine and a 30-year Metro-Dade police officer, retired. I'm here to support Jennifer Gregorish for her husband, Norm. And I just wanted to say that Norm, I met him in the academy. He was my instructor in the academy. And he was the epitome of what a leader is. I can't say enough about the guy. He demanded excellence from everybody, and throughout his entire academy classes, he put out good, qualified police officers that actually made a difference in this county. So I would respectfully request that it be considered for the proposition for Norm Gregorish. Like I said, he was a true leader. He'll be missed by a lot of folks. And that's really all I have to say. I would just respectfully request that you consider it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gil.
Okay, Herman, the next speaker. You can help
I
me.
see. Yes, we have Mr. Najib Hassan.
Mr. Hassan, good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Gina, for your introduction. Thank you, council. Thank you, Mayor, for having me. I'm here primarily on the issue of item 13D on the new business. Councilman Collazo, thank you for placing this on the agenda. Norm was a friend, a neighbor, an individual that pretty much I spoke to on a daily, sometimes weekly measure. He would drag me out of the house at 9 o'clock at night, just simply to talk to me on occasions. He's a cornerstone of our neighborhood. He would pretty much dictate what every individual in every single house, who had lived there, their history behind them. He knew everything from the lakes on Lake Sarah and the quality of the lake and what the lake meant to him. He treated the back of his house with such pristine care. Even up to 2 months ago, when the whole pandemic occurred, Norm was the first one out there ordering beach sands so he can make his beach beautiful and make the back of his house beautiful for him and his family and for everybody to enjoy. Even myself, when pretty much we were refilling when we were fixing stuff in the back of my house, He was the first one that pretty much, at his age, he was out there helping, and no matter what he could do, he would just slap on a pair of boots and slap on a shovel and do whatever needed to be done. He was a bedrock, as Mr. Morales stated, to the police department. 33 years of service. I think that speaks volumes in a time period in which individuals sometimes retire 20 and 25 years nowadays. He spent 33 years with the academy and taught individuals, making it all the way up to homicide and making it to the head of the homicide. Again, he was dedicated to all of us in the neighborhood. I ask and implore that pretty much you rename the street. If there's any financial considerations in regards to that, just please let us know, as far as Ms. Bonnie Crook that spoke before, and myself, and we'll take this into consideration, whatever costs are imputed upon the taxpayers for us to take care of that. So I ask that you rename our street Leaning Pine Drive into Norm Gorge Way, or whatever way you guys want to name it, much like a renaming happened on another street much too long ago. Briefly, just on another item 13E, with all due respect in regards to what's going on, I would be opposed to increasing the franchise fee. In light of the COVID-19 pandemic, pretty much people have lost their jobs. Businesses are struggling. Residents are struggling themselves. We've had individuals all the way backed up to Palmetto requesting food at the church. And I think it's not the appropriate time to raise the franchise fee and incur an additional cost upon individuals in our community. I thank you. I strongly request that you grant item 13D though. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Naeem.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Herman, do we see another speaker? Not on the Automall.
Let me check here.
I see on item 13E, FPL Manny, but I assume that he is like Miss Monica speaking during the item.
With the FPS.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
The other two public participants that I see here is committee member Eddie Blanco.
Well,
and,
Blanco, are you here to speak, or are you for committee report? No.
I'm here for the committee report only.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll hear you here.
There's committee reports for economic development, youth activities, and culture.
Yes, correct.
Perfect.
I also saw earlier Brian Rodriguez, but I also think he's probably here for the committee report.
That's right.
Correct. I'm here for the committee report.
Okay. And last but not least, I see from my screen that I have not called Stephen and Rosie, but I believe they are just here to listen to the meeting, not to speak. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes. So that's all the public.
Right, and for Stephen here for the appointment, just told to log in.
Oh, that is true. Thank you, sir. Anyone wants to speak that I don't see in my screen, please do so now. Okay, very well. I think I have, Mayor, to include, I did receive 2 written public comments. One is from Jay Rosen. It was in regards to taxes. I shared that with you all, with mayor and council members. Again, for the record, I just want to state that I did receive a written public comment from Jay Rosen regarding taxes. And I also received an email, a written public comment from Ms. Mirta Mendez. Also, this one's in regard to the franchise fee item, and I shared it with mayor and council yesterday when I received it. So I just wanted to state that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk Herman. So we are done with public comments?
Yes, sir. We're done.
Got it. Thank you very much. Seeing no further public comments, that portion of public comments is closed. We're moving on to appointments. We have 2 appointments. Rosie Prieto to the Neighborhood Improvement Committee, appointed by myself, And we have Stephen Hersberg to the Blasting Advisory Board by Councilmember Jeffrey Rodriguez. Are there any motions on the table?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Rosie and Stephen, congratulations. Thank you for joining over close to 162 volunteers, I think there are in our town right now, which are adding immense value to our community. So if you guys want to say a couple words or be, because I know both of you guys are on, be more than happy, if you can recognize both of them. I think they're both, I've never met Stephen, but I do know Rosie personally. Rosie volunteered during Hurricane Irma. She was amazing. Grocery for Seniors. I mean, you name it. This Saturday, she was out there. So she has been volunteering, although she hasn't been on a committee for a very, very, very long time. And she's amazing. You want to recognize both of them, Iman?
Yes, Ms. Rosie, I think you have the mic open. So
I just want to
Can
say
you hear
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the appointment and thank you for your confidence in me, and I'll do what I can to support you and the community.
Thank you, Rosie. Stephen.
Yes, good to meet you virtually, and I'm sure I'll be meeting you in person soon. Just thank you, and thank you, Councilman Rodriguez, for the appointment. Working at home more often than not now, you certainly feel the blast. I live in West Royal Oaks, so it would be great to try to come to some solutions that works for everybody. So I look forward to working with everybody.
Thank you, Stephen. It means a lot to have folks that want to give back and bring a solution to that issue that we've been dealing with for so long, and it impacts so many residents. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're moving on to committee reports. Actually, we're moving on to the contact tracer presentation that the manager had asked for us to move up.
Yes, Mayor, the Ms. Stephanie Cali, epidemiologist with the Department of Health in Miami-Dade County, is here to make a presentation. We were asked to do this a couple meetings back to present the presentation on contact tracing, what it is, how does it work, etc. And we have, we're lucky enough to have Ms. Cali with us here tonight to make the presentation. And Mang, I believe she'll probably need to, or unless you have it, she may need to share her screen, or you may have it.
yes, we're ready to coordinate. So she's ready.
Okay, thank you.
And actually, Mr. Mayor, just a point of personal privilege to do something, because since we have members of Mr. Gregorish's family on the line who may want to see the vote take place, I'd like to move to reopen the order of business to move that item for right after the presentation on contact tracing, if that's okay with my colleague, Mr. Goyas.
Absolutely, I support that 100%. I was going to bring it up as well after the contact tracing.
Okay, so that would be my motion to reopen the order of business just before we get into the presentation to get that out of the way.
I'll second the reopening of the order of business.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're back onto the motion that Councilman Dieguez had to move up Councilman Collazo's item. Is there a motion and a second?
That is my motion to move up item, pardon me, I'm locating it here.
13D.
Item 13, yes, 13D to just after the contact tracing presentation.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Are any other deferrals, deletions at the moment or additions? Seeing none, that portion, the order of business has been adopted once again. So we're moving on to the contact tracing item, and then we'll move on to Councilman Collazo's item.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then can you see my presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, awesome. So thank you for having me here tonight, for inviting me. My name, as you mentioned, is Stephanie Calle. I'm an epidemiologist with the Department of Health in Miami-Dade County. I, together with my fellow epidemiologist, Vanessa Villamil, put together this contact tracing presentation for you all, and hopefully to eliminate any confusion or questions you may have regarding this strategy for mitigating COVID-19 in our community. So wanted to start off by just going over the what is contact tracing exactly. So again, contact tracing is one of the strategies that that health departments use to prevent the spread of infectious disease. There are many other strategies that we use. I just wanted to point that out, that this is not the only strategy that we're using. Definitely, we're using other strategies, such as promoting the social distancing out in public, promoting, again, the use of face masks, encouraging the community to frequently sanitize their hands and practice hand hygiene, as well as other community-wide efforts that are taking place, such as the regulations in establishments such as restaurants and other public settings and workplaces, things like that. So this is just one component of the effort to, again, mitigate COVID-19 in our community. But basically, contact tracing involves identifying people who have had an infectious disease. These are known as cases, as well as the people that they may have exposed. So these are known as close contacts. And working with both of these individuals to interrupt the disease transmission. For COVID-19, this includes asking cases to isolate and contacts to quarantine at home voluntarily. So the purpose, again, is to identify potentially exposed individuals. What we do is notify them of their potential exposure in order to prevent them from accidentally spreading the infection to others if they begin to get sick, to provide education and resources, as well as support for self-quarantining, and to follow them up and to identify whether they develop symptoms during their monitoring period. So just to give you a little background on how COVID-19 is reported to us. So it starts by the communities, anyone like healthcare providers, facilities or laboratories, and the general public can notify us of an individual that has tested positive for COVID-19. The bulk of the reports that we do get are from healthcare providers and laboratories. But again, those aren't the only individuals that can report to us. And then again, so we're DOH Miami-Dade. We receive all these reports. We then report it to our state office, so the Department of Health, but at the state level, and then they consequently report it to the CDC. So talking a little bit about the process, we start with the case investigation. So public health staffs work with a patient, or as I mentioned before, a case, to help them recall everyone with whom they have had close contact during the time when they may have been infectious. And the things that we will ask cases or individuals who have a confirmed illness, we will ask them information such as their name, their date of birth or their age, last date of contact with the person, so any close contacts, and their best and the best phone contact phone number for the close contact. I wanted to mention that we do ask the confirmed cases to verify name and date of birth, even address, because I know that one of the concerns for the public is that there might be people posing as contact tracers and asking for this, private information. But again, it's not being used for legitimate purposes of contact tracing. So I'll talk a little bit more about that later, but I did just want to mention that this is information that we do ask, and more just to verify, because sometimes we do get this information incomplete or sometimes incorrect, like small mistakes, like in data entry or something like that. So we do always confirm name, date of birth or age, and address, in addition to asking them for names of contacts and their phone numbers. So as far as the contact tracing, again, public health staff begin contact tracing by notifying those exposed individuals, so those individuals that the confirmed cases have identified as having had contact with them during their infectious period, notifying the close contacts of their potential exposure as rapidly and sensitively as possible, meaning not revealing the identity of the person that might have infected them. We also provide them, the close contacts, with education, information, and support to help them understand their risk, what they should do in order to separate themselves from others who are not exposed, and how they should go about monitoring themselves for the illness. We also tell them that they may, like how they may spread the illness. We inform them that they have the possibility of spreading the illness during this quarantining period. That's why we're encouraging them to voluntarily quarantine until the 14 days are over. So again, the self-quarantine, what we ask those close contacts to do is to stay home, monitor their health, maintain social distance at least 6 feet from others until 14 days after their last exposure to the infected patient. In case they also become ill, again, because during this 14-day period, it's possible that they can become ill. We want to make sure that they're not having additional contact with other individuals and potentially, propagating the illness. So I had a little video just to kind of go over what I covered, because I know it's a lot and there's a lot of like ifs and time periods. So I just wanted to show this really quickly. It's not too long. I don't actually think it has audio, but that's fine. So again, this is just a recap of what I mentioned, just in case some people prefer to see it visually. All right, so moving on. Okay, so I just wanted to go over again the definition of what a close contact is, because I know there's in the community there might be a little bit of confusion as to what exactly or who qualifies as a close contact and who should be following those recommendations of quarantining and all of that. So a close contact is anyone who has been within 6 feet of a confirmed COVID-19 case for 15 minutes or more. And that's starting from 48 hours before the person began feeling sick until the time the patient was isolated. So again, this is 2 days before somebody experienced symptoms. And then for individuals, because we understand that not everybody does develop symptoms, there are some asymptomatic cases. In that case, it would be 2 days before they had that sample collected that ended up testing positive. So 2 days before the date of collection of that sample. And again, this is something that we explain to close contacts when we reach out to them, just letting them know or sorry, we explain it to the cases. We get all the information as far as when their symptoms started, and when or when they were tested, if they didn't have any symptoms, and again, help them determine who their close contacts might be, and thinking back to the specific days when they might have exposed them. Okay, and then, so I just wanted to also go over the methods of communication that we use. So Department of Health employees may attempt to reach cases and their close contacts via a phone call, text message, or even an email. But we will always identify ourselves as Department of Health employees, and we will ask to speak specifically to the case or close contact or their guardian if they're underage. Text messages may be used to monitor the health status of close contacts, but again, we will always ask for your consent before sending a text message. So we will, you won't get an unexpected text message. And if you do have any questions about, the authenticity of the message or the email that you're receiving, you could always reach out to our department and we can verify that. As far as emails from the Department of Health employees will be sent with an email address ending in @flhealth.gov. So anybody that would be communicating with a confirmed case or a close contact from the Department of Health will be using an email that ends in this. So that's important to know. But we will use any of these methods to try to reach, again, cases and close contacts. So just want to also go over the symptoms. So there are many symptoms that people that have developed COVID-19 have reported. These are the most common ones: fever, chills, cough, and that can be a dry cough or productive cough, shortness of breath, difficulty breathing, fatigue, muscle or body aches, headache, new loss of taste or smell, sore throat, congestion or runny nose, nausea or vomiting, or diarrhea. So again, these are just the most common symptoms. It doesn't mean that if you, that you shouldn't experience any other symptoms. There's definitely other symptoms that have been reported. But again, these are the most common ones. And you don't necessarily have to have all of them. For the most, at least at the beginning, we were thinking that the fever, the cough, and the shortness of breath were like the main symptoms related to COVID. But again, as time went on, we were realizing that more and more symptoms were common, and some individuals never even experienced the fever or the shortness of breath or even the cough. They had some of the other symptoms. So these, again, I just want to really make that clear that these are the common symptoms, but it's not the only symptoms. So if you ever are unsure, we recommend that you follow up with your healthcare provider, and then or reach out to us. We could always help demystify that. So close contacts that are experiencing symptoms will be asked to self-quarantine for 10 days. They may be referred to testing, and they will be advised to stay in one room away from household members, including pets, and that they should use a single bathroom if possible. They will be advised to wear a mask and a face mask and keep a distance of 6 feet if they need to be around other people. They will also be asked to keep track of their symptoms, and they may be asked about close contacts. And then, so that's again for close contacts that are experiencing symptoms. For close contacts that are not experiencing symptoms, they will be asked to self-quarantine for 14 days. They may be referred to testing, and they will be asked to wear a face mask and maintain 6 feet if they need to be around others, as well as pets within the home. And they will be asked to monitor themselves by checking their temperature twice daily and watching for symptoms of COVID. And so this is also a short video, just kind of explaining the difference between quarantine and isolation.
Mr. Stephanie, this is Herman. Quick comment. If the video has sound, you need to check. It's a box when you share your screen that says share my computer sound. If you don't have it, we won't be able to hear the sound of the computer.
Oh, okay.
So
This one doesn't have any audio either. It's just like a little music in the background, so it's fine. It's more on the screen description. Yeah, I'll just play it. And I could just, as this video is playing, I guess I could talk about it myself. So quarantine is essentially a recommendation for individuals that are not confirmed to have the illness. It's something that it's voluntary, but essentially it's the same recommendations as isolation, but the difference is quarantine is recommended for individuals that have not had the illness confirmed, but it's a possibility that they may have it or may develop it. Isolation is a recommendation for individuals that have the illness confirmed, so they have tested positive for COVID-19. That's essentially the main difference. A lot of the times you hear those terms interchangeably, so I just wanted to put that little video in there to hopefully clear that up, but that's basically the gist of it. All right, so we also wanted to make, I guess, drive home the point that why is it important to reach out to these close contacts? What happens if we miss a contact? So if we're interviewing a case and we ask them about their close contacts, and sometimes I understand they don't necessarily want to volunteer that information, maybe because they feel that their close contacts might not want to be contacted by us, or they feel that they might be putting them at an inconvenience. But so I wanted to go over what happens if we don't reach out to, or we don't get to contact somebody that is a close contact of a confirmed case. So if a contact that we missed because we didn't get this information from a confirmed case, if we didn't get a chance to reach out to them, that close contact might develop symptoms, and they may choose to get tested. And so they eventually will know if they in fact were infected. They might know because they got the result that they're positive, and then they'll be given the instruction. So that's the optimistic side, that they, well, not optimistic, I mean, not good that they develop symptoms, but again, that they do get identified as a case and given the proper recommendations. If they don't have symptoms, they may choose to get tested just because they the availability for testing, at least now in the community, is more, it has increased. So they might just off chance happen to get tested and it might be identified that way, but they might not, they might choose not to because again, they feel fine and they don't see the need for it. So if that happens, but they're infected, if they happen to be a case that is asymptomatic, so meaning they have the illness but they don't show any symptoms, they might be going about their day, doing their daily routine and coming into contact with other individuals, their household members, and co-workers, just friends, neighbors, anybody that's normally within their social network, and they might, without intent, like not intentionally, maybe putting these individuals at risk and possibly exposing them. So that's why it's important, if we reach out to you as a confirmed case, that you do provide this information. Again, we will not give your information. So again, we won't give the close contacts that we'll be reaching out to, we won't give them the identity of the individual who offered them as a close contact or who gave us their information. We will always keep that private. But our only goal and our intention with this is to give those individuals who were possibly exposed the information as quickly as possible, and the recommendation is to quarantine as quickly as possible to hopefully minimize those that are exposed. So again, this is something that I've already kind of gone over, but basically, if you are diagnosed with COVID-19, you'll get a call from the health department asking you about your health, asking you about your close contacts. You'll be given the recommendations to isolate, and again, to seek medical care if your symptoms worsen. The symptoms that are the severe symptoms that we recommend that you get immediate attention for are trouble breathing, persistent pain or pressure in the chest, confusion, inability to wake or stay awake, or if you develop bluish lips or face. I'm gonna skip over the video actually. So if you have been in close contact with someone who has COVID, again, I've already gone over this, but a contact tracer from the health department will contact you and let you know that you've been exposed if you haven't already been informed. The recommendation again is to self-quarantine for 14 days, starting from the last day that you were possibly exposed. The contact tracer will help identify the dates of your self-quarantine. Again, this is all based on when the last day that you were potentially exposed to that confirmed case. And we will also provide you with any resources about testing in your area and answer any questions that you may have related to the illness. Skip over this. Okay, so what will not happen? So your name will not be revealed to those who may have who you may have exposed, even if they ask. The health department will only notify your close contacts that they might have been exposed to COVID-19. A case investigator or contact tracer will never ask you to provide health insurance or financial information such as Medicare number, bank account information, credit card information, or ask you to send money through any means. If you do suspect COVID-19 healthcare fraud, there's a website where that's the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Office of the Inspector General, where you can report any suspected fraud or abuse related to COVID-19. And the phone number is there too. And then a little video, and you can share this with, I don't know, through email or put it on your website, but this is again from the Office of the Inspector General. It's a little video again, just telling the community to be wary of possible fraud. Unfortunately, scammers do take advantage of these situations to get this information and exploit it, unfortunately. And then lastly, I'm trying to wrap up, I think I'm taking a little too long, but just wanted to go over some frequently asked questions that we have had from the community. So the first one is, am I considered a close contact if I was wearing a cloth face covering? And the answer is yes, you are still considered a close contact, even if you were wearing a cloth face mask while you were around someone with COVID-19. And this is because cloth face coverings are meant to prevent someone from transmitting the disease to others. So the person that's wearing the face mask, it's meant to keep them from possibly spreading it to others. However, it does not protect that person who's wearing it from, getting it from others. So the point of the face mask is to minimize the amount and the distance that those respiratory particles travel. If, for example, you were to sneeze or cough or something like that, it's meant to kind of minimize the distance that those particles are traveling. But again, it doesn't eliminate the risk or the possibility that you can get infected by any respiratory particles around you. So what will happen with your personal information during contact tracing? Discussions with the health department staff are confidential. This means that your personal and medical information will be kept private and only shared with those who may need to know, such as your healthcare provider. Does contact tracing damage my privacy and violate HIPAA laws? So no, the Department of Health employees take measures to protect the privacy of patients and maintain strict adherence to HIPAA regulations. Contact tracers will only notify close contacts that they might have been exposed, but the infected person's name is not disclosed. And what if I have been around someone who was identified as a close contact? So if you have been around someone who is a close contact of a confirmed case, you should closely monitor yourself for any symptoms of COVID, but you do not need to self-quarantine. And then, is COVID-19 testing free? So there are many testing locations around Miami-Dade County where testing is free of charge. There are a few facilities that use your health insurance to cover the cost or are self-pay. And to find out which of these testing facilities are free, you could always give us a call at the number on the screen, or you could also visit the Miami-Dade County website that has also a list of testing locations and kind of gives a nice breakdown of which ones, for example, are drive-through versus walk-up, and what you have to do as far as getting an appointment there, or if its appointment is even needed. And then, can someone test negative and later test positive on a viral test for COVID-19? Yes, it is possible. You may test negative if the sample was collected early in your infection and test positive later during this illness. So even if you test negative, you should still take steps to protect yourself and others. And then that's pretty much it. I just wanted to end with public health is everyone's responsibility. So help stop the spread of COVID-19, be a good neighbor, stay home, avoid groups and crowds of 10 or more, and stay 6 feet away from others. And any questions that you may have, I don't know if you want to, I could take them now, or you could always, again, contact us at our phone number. You can visit our or the CDC's website for up-to-date information on COVID-19.
Thank you, Stephanie, for such a great job. I'll definitely, I mean, this is such an important issue for our community. So I'm going to go around to my colleagues, because we get asked questions on this topic on a daily basis. So what better way to ask those questions directly of an epidemiologist? And I also want to get my town manager involved, because he always has questions about COVID. So I want to make sure that he gets all those asked, because we do daily, we buy 2 updates a week. We used to do daily. And I'll start with Councilman Collazo.
Thank you, Mayor, and Stephanie. Thank you for your presentation. One of the things that I noticed throughout your presentation was really trying to get in front of it, or trying to get as quick as response as possible and get information to individuals quickly. It seems like that's the key to doing an effective contact tracing campaign. So anecdotally, you've heard probably a bunch of horror stories, and you never hear the positives, right? That contact tracing is placed on and made an impact. But going to those anecdotal stories, when you went through your presentation, if it takes 3 or 4 days to get a test result back, and that's an average length of time, you know, you've heard of anomalies of taking weeks, but the average is 3 to 4 days. How long does the contact tracing then process take? Because I've heard sometimes that the contact tracing can also add some additional delays, which then it further adds the time. And then you can see that you don't necessarily get that what's the optimal time that the contact tracing should take place in?
So ideally, it's within 48 hours. As soon as we identify a case, it should be done within 48 hours that we contact any close contacts that they identify. Of course, sometimes, like you mentioned, there are delays in test results, unfortunately. But with the increased availability of testing around the community, that has in some ways that delay has been reduced a little bit. But yeah, as soon as we're informed of a confirmed case, we do everything to contact that case. Of course, if the case isn't answering their phone or we're not able to get a hold of them, that always adds to the delay. But yeah, ideally it's within 2 days of us being notified of a case, that we reach out to any close contacts that they may have, and again, get that information out to them as soon as we can, and get them to understand, because a lot of the times there is some confusion, especially if the last time that they saw this person that was a confirmed case, they don't recall seeing them ill. They might think, okay, they weren't sick, they weren't coughing around me, they didn't have a fever, I don't think I'm exposed. So I guess to answer your question, 2 days is the ideal time. But yes, we have had, unfortunately, some delays. Sometimes we're not able to reach individuals until like halfway through their 14 days of their post-exposure. So obviously that's not the ideal situation, but it has happened, unfortunately.
So I know that there's been a lot of local governments, and I know that there's this Department of Health at the local level and state level has really poured a lot of resources. Are you guys doing that now? Is it coming within that 48-hour window? Is that contact tracing happening now within those 48 hours that you recommend?
Yes. Contacts are getting we are communicating with contacts a lot faster now than we were before, definitely with the help that the state has been providing in communities as well. In group settings, for example, it's a little bit easier in settings such as nursing homes or in daycares, in settings where, or even in workplaces, those facilities are being very proactive about, contacting us and letting us know immediately once they're, they get notified. And again, they ask for the support or the guidance as far as who, who are those individuals' close contacts, and they work with us to get that information to them as quickly as possible. And so having that assistance from those facilities and again, and the state, that's definitely helped us get that information out to the close contacts as much as possible. But a lot of the cases now that we're seeing are in the general population. So it's been a little slow in that sense, because we have to go case by case. Sometimes when it's household members, for example, so if one individual is positive in the household, we notify them as quickly as possible, and they're doing a great job about telling their household members to stay away. And so that part has been improving. We definitely have seen an improvement in that part.
Thank you. One last thing, and it's more maybe even asking you for some help. And as the mayor alluded to, over the past actually since the beginning of the pandemic, we've been providing daily updates to our community about the active infections here in our community. Over the past 2 weeks, we've seen a definite increase, and I would say exponential increase, that was really off with what we were seeing on the daily reports or the weekly reports. Do you know if all of those people, or maybe if you can help us identify if those people have had contact tracing here in our community, and if they haven't, if maybe we can count on you or help ask the help of the Department of Health to help us get those cases notified? Because as you said in your presentation and some of your feedback, the way that we can control that exponential growth is by timely acknowledgement and timely advice to them, so they can reach out to their contacts. So if there's anything that we can facilitate in doing that, I'd love to see how we can partner with you. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Oh, no, thank you. And then as far as your question, I don't know if you wanted me to answer that now, but I can look into see if that's something that we can do kind of based on your city. But I'd have to check in with my supervisors to see if that's something that we could look into.
The anomaly, Stephanie, is just the amount of spread in such a little bit of time. So I think when it comes to epidemiology, which is your specialty and it's that your department, I think it's something that we definitely have to dig into and see what's going on there.
Right. Yeah. And I could follow up with you by all means on that.
Thank you, Councilman Collazo. Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. The only question I had was on the slide where you identified the people who were going to be contacted through the contact tracing. You had mentioned that they had to be exposed for 15 minutes at 6 feet. Can you explain the reasoning for the 15-minute exposure? And is that the only, if someone is exposed for less time, are those people not contacted?
Right. So 15 minutes is what the CDC has established as enough time where an individual could, the chance that individual might have come into contact with respiratory droplets of a confirmed case. That's what they've determined. And yes, for close contact or contact tracing purposes, we would only focus on those individuals that have had that close or have been within 6 feet of a confirmed case for the 15 minutes or longer. Sometimes it is difficult to, for individuals to recall exactly how much time, if it was just something in passing, like they just quickly said hello, or they just stopped for a quick chat, versus something that, took a little bit longer than that. So when in doubt, we'll say, okay, give us the name and the phone number. We'll go ahead and give them the guidance. But if there is a way to keep track of the time that was spent between those two individuals, then we will only be looking at the people that did have the 15 minutes or more.
Is that in your experience, because it's less the likelihood of them getting it if it's a quick contact, or is it just playing the percentages as timing?
Right. So the likelihood again that the individuals would have come into contact with the respiratory droplets if they spent less than that time. We haven't seen too many individuals that have said, okay, I was only like in front of this person for like, I don't know, 5 minutes, or it was a quick interaction. We haven't seen too many people that mentioned that kind of interaction, you know, ending up with testing positive for the virus. But again, that guidance is something that we are taking from the CDC, and we're just, again, following that.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I didn't have any questions, but thank you very much for taking the time to explain what contact tracing is, how it functions. I think part of the reason why I asked staff to go ahead and try and reach out and try and get a presentation like this together was simply to provide the public the information about what it is, because it gets confused, I think, a lot sometimes. So just to put people at ease about what it is, how it functions, why it's important. That's why I wanted to do the presentation, because of course, if you don't have the data as to how this virus is spreading and who it's affecting and whatnot, it makes it harder for us to respond accordingly. So thank you for your time and for putting this together.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me again.
And we also have Councilwoman Fruano. Hey, you're muted, Councilwoman.
I'm so sorry. Here we go again. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, Stephanie. I have one quick question. I've yet to understand why it is that a cloth mask only protects you from spreading the disease, but not from catching it. Can you kind of walk me through that and explain why the cloth only works in one direction, like it only protects in one direction?
Sure. So again, the purpose of the mask is to minimize the amount of any respiratory droplets that you might be emitting particularly when you cough or sneeze or even shout. Anything that would, again, emit or spread to the environment these respiratory particles. And it's not something that eliminates that possibility of you putting those respiratory droplets out into the environment. It just, again, minimizes it. So it's a strategy. It's what we call our source control strategy. So we're kind of under the assumption that everybody's out there with COVID-19. Putting that face mask, again, is something that helps minimize that risk of transmission. But as far as protecting you from receiving it, again, it's not something that those respiratory droplets, even though they are minimized with everyone wearing the mask, it doesn't, like I said, eliminate it. So if you are wearing the mask, but for example, you haven't, sanitized your hands properly and have adjusted the mask, or afterwards taken it off when you're, by yourself, and then touch your face or something like that, there's always those additional risks for, still getting infected by, if you're not properly wearing it, or if you're, for example, touching your face and bringing the infected particles, again, to any of your open, like your eyes, your nose,
Right,
your mouth.
right. But if you're wearing, if someone that is infected is wearing a mask, they can still transmit the disease if they're wearing a cloth mask.
They can. It's minimized, but they can. Yes, that's why we say even if the person was wearing a face mask, and you, as long as you were within those 6 feet, and you did have contact with the person, there is that potential that you could have been exposed.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm still rather confused, but obviously this is not my area of expertise.
Okay. I'm sorry about that.
Because we tell everyone to wear a mask, and we do it because it's all of our responsibilities to make sure that we don't get others sick. But I feel like that is also a protection to ourselves, right? When I wear my mask, it's also to protect myself from someone that could potentially be sick that might not be wearing a mask. But I constantly hear the experts say that it doesn't work in the other direction, that it won't protect me if I'm wearing a mask.
Right. I wouldn't say that it doesn't protect you at all, because it does to a certain degree block some of the respiratory, just the way that it blocks the ones coming out from your mouth, for example, or your nose. It also to a certain extent blocks the ones coming in. But again, I think the reason that they say that it doesn't protect you is because by saying that it does protect you, people might understand it as there's no risk. I'm not exposed at all. So that's not the case. There's still other ways that that person can be exposed. Again, it's the proper use of the mask.
Correct. But it works the same way, whether you're the one that's infected or whether you're wearing it to protect yourself. It protects at the same level, right? Like it's not that less droplets come out but more droplets come in. That's the part that I don't quite understand.
Right.
Because it's the same cloth.
It is the same cloth, correct. But again, those cloth face masks, another reason that they can't say that it protects you completely is because they vary from like the materials that they're made. Some are made with more thicker materials versus others that are more thinner materials. So I think it's just a matter of not trying to say or not trying to give the false impression of full protection, and just letting them know that it's not that, encouraging everybody to use it, not just the person who is sick. Everybody, again, should use it.
Correct. So it's more, I guess that narrative is more to encourage people to be cognizant that it's our responsibility to keep others from getting sick, but not because the mask only works in one direction.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, Stephanie. I appreciate
You're
that.
welcome. No problem.
Thank you, Councilwoman Morano. Hey, we have Councilman Alvarez.
Thank you, Stephanie, for the information. I know it's a lot to capture in a few minutes. I actually spoke to the manager this afternoon, and I'm currently participating in a contact tracing certification course offered through Johns Hopkins University. And I forwarded him the link to see if it's something that he would want to offer. It's a free course. It's a 6-hour online module, self-paced. And I'm going to be sharing the link with him today to see if it's something that he wants to share with the council, if they want to do it at their leisure. And you'll receive a certification in contact tracing, and it goes a little bit in more depth because it's a 6-hour online module. And if he wants to share with his executive cabinet as well. But again, thank you for the information, and for the council. There are courses, online modules like this, and I can share it with, like I said, with the manager, and he wants to pass it down to you guys if it's something that you want to do for your own safety and to be trained and certified as a contact tracer. Johns Hopkins University is offering something now through Coursera, which is an app as well. So thank you, Stephanie, for the info, and make sure we apply it, all of us, to the best of our ability.
Thank you, Councilman Alvarez. And I know our town manager, I'm sure he has definite questions because he's been doing these videos for a while now. Manager Peterman.
Yeah, Stephanie, and I know it's not part of this presentation because this presentation was meant to focus on contact tracing, but there's so much confusion out there about the actual testing and the differences between antibody and antigen and the, I think it's PCR testing. And so, some people believe that the antibody testing is as predictive of an infectious person as an antigen or the PCR testing. And there's a lot of confusion out there when people start talking about the 15-minute result test and what's approved by the FDA and what's not. And it'd be good for a little bit of clarification on what are the purposes of the 3 different tests, what is approved, what's not approved, and because I think that would be great for our residents to understand what the differences are.
Sure. So there are the 3 tests that you mentioned. There's the PCR, what we call the molecular test. That's our gold standard for determining an acute infection. And then there's the antigen test. It's also a molecular test as well, but what it's looking at, the difference, so the PCR is looking at the specific genetic sequence of the virus, certain parts, and it takes a little bit longer than, because it's looking kind of in depth at the virus, it takes a little bit longer than the antigen test. So the antigen test is, again, like I said, a molecular test, but what it's looking for specifically in the virus is a particular protein. So different antigen tests look at different proteins. Most of them kind of overlap and look at the same set of proteins that are part of the SARS-CoV-2 virus or the COVID-19 virus. And both of those are, like I said, molecular tests. So they're done in blood. Sorry, not blood. Sorry. They're done but with the nasal or the oral swabs. So that's how you can know what kind of test you're getting done. If they're requesting a nasal or an oral swab, it's either a PCR or an antigen test. And the antigen test, it's quicker. The turnaround time is quicker. It can be as quick as you mentioned, 15 minutes, because again, they're looking for just a smaller portion, in this case, a protein of the virus. So that's quicker to identify. It doesn't require the long process of the PCR that's done in a lab. So it's not as extensive of a search in a sense for that particular identifying parts of the virus. If in either case, if a PCR is positive and an antigen test is positive, they're both considered a positive result. And so the only time that an antigen test would be less reliable is if it's negative, because again, it's only looking at specific parts of the virus, not the whole virus. It's only looking at those proteins. So that's why, again, the PCR is the more reliable test. Going over to the antibodies, the antibody test is a test done on blood samples. And what that's looking for is the immune response of the body to the virus. So it's not looking for specific genetic material or even a protein of the virus. It's not looking for the presence of the virus in the body. What it's looking at is the person's immune response to the virus. So that's what an antibody is. It's something that's developed after a person has been infected with an illness. Our body does this for many other illnesses. And this antibody, the test, it's looking for the presence of those specific antibodies that are typically what is called the IgM and the IgG. And the antibody test is not good for telling you that you've had a recent infection. It can only tell you that you've had exposure to the virus at some point. Again, because this is a sign of your immune system responding to the exposure of the virus. So yeah, and then the antibody test again is quicker because it's something that is done in blood, and it's looking for specific immune cells. I apologize, I don't know if you can hear that, but so that I don't know if I explained that well. Do you feel like?
Yeah, that's very well explained. I just to be clear, the antibody test is much less reliable or predictive of an acute right now infection.
Correct, because also I forgot to mention, sorry, the immune system develops these antibodies usually sometimes a week or 2 weeks, even 3 weeks after an infection. So it's not something that it comes about right as soon as you're infected and you're exposed. It's something that the body takes a little bit of time to build as it's gaining experience of having this exposure to this pathogen or this outside source. It's building up its defenses to the point where it develops this antibody, which will now protect it should it come face to face with the virus again.
Thank you. That makes it clear for all of our residents. I appreciate it, that explanation.
No problem.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you for the
I
great.
have a
Yes,
I have a follow-up to Stephanie on that question.
Sure.
This I have seen many times, even after people, and I guess it's just for the purpose of what the manager just said, maybe to better inform our residents. I have seen many times people come up PCR positive even after they're no longer infectious for quite some time. So I don't know if you want to maybe go into a little bit of what the CDC is now considering infectious versus non-infectious, even if you're getting a positive PCR.
Right. So, so we have definitely encountered that individuals continuously testing positive for PCR or in PCR tests. And what we're saying is that we're going with that first test that was positive for the person as the point when the individual was infectious. And even we're using that date, or even the date when they developed the symptoms initially, around that first testing date. So that's when we're looking at, so that the individual actually had the virus acutely. If that same individual were to get tested, let's say a month after, and still test positive, based on what the CDC knows up to now, that person, it's not considered like a new infection. Even 3 months after, there has been evidence that there's individuals that still test positive even 3 months after. And what we're interpreting that as is that individuals, what is still being detected by that test, like I said, that PCR test, what it's detecting is the genetic makeup of the virus. So that virus will still have the same genetic makeup even after it's been broken down by your immune system. What is happening, or what we're seeing, is that some individuals their immune system is just taking a little bit longer to eliminate all of those particles, the viral particles. So it's still possible that that person might test positive, but it doesn't mean that at that point they're still infectious. Again, the CDC was looking at an investigation that was performed where scientists were trying to grow this virus in the laboratory, and they saw that after the 10th day, the virus was no longer able to replicate and wasn't able to continue living. So that's where they got the 10 days, the 10 days of the infectious period being the 10 days after the individual is symptomatic, or for those individuals that were not symptomatic, 10 days after they were initially tested. So the CDC right now is saying that 3 months after, or for at least 3 months after a person is initially infected, it's very low likelihood that they can be reinfected. But after those 3 months, there's that possibility again. So at least if a person is, again, testing positive within 3 months of initially having a positive result, it's not considered an acute infection anymore, but it's what's considered just like a remnants of the virus.
Thank you, Steph.
Sorry for the interruption.
Well, thank you, Stephanie. Thank you very much for all the work that you do. I know how important it is to the work that you do to defeat this virus. We're going to get through it with people like you really working hard out on the field, doing what's right. So thank you. Thank you very much for taking the time tonight, educating the council, our staff, our residents, volunteers, and everybody. But thank you very much. And I know we'll get through this with great folks like you working on the front lines.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
We're on to the Economic Development Committee report.
I think a point of order.
13.
Oh, I do. I apologize. There's no need for For point of order, you're right. We have Councilman Collazo's item.
Okay,
I think you need, Councilman Collazo, I think you need to waive the rule.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Yes, I'll move to waive the rule.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Councilman Collazo.
Thank you, Mayor, and I will be brief. First of all, I want to offer my condolences to the Gregorich family. Jennifer, thank you so much for your public comments, and our deepest condolences to your loss. I do want to thank the HOA, Bonnie Crook, Mr. Hassan, for actually this item came up because they reached out to me and they wanted to find a way that they could honor Lieutenant Gregorich, not just for his years of service and proudly served as a lieutenant in the Miami-Dade County Police Department and in particular in the Training Bureau, but really what he meant to that community. So basically my motion was simple, is just to make a motion to work with the family and look for a way to either rename that cul-de-sac, that westernmost cul-de-sac in the Gregorich family, in Lieutenant Gregorich's name, or find some other way that we can honor Mr. Lieutenant Gregorich in the town.
I'll second that. And let's go around. Councilman Rodriguez.
No comments other than to just give my condolences to the family and you know, I'm obviously going to be a supporter of this item.
Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And also, I would like to extend my deepest condolences to the family as well. And as a fellow longtime resident of Lake Sarah, who lives down the street from Bonnie, I would be honored to go ahead and offer to co-sponsor the item as well. You know, again, of course, I support our Lake Sarah community, and so I would love to co-sponsor. So Gina, please add me as a co-sponsor.
noted.
We're on to Councilman Alvarez.
My condolences to the family as well, and in full support of this item. Thank you, Councilman Collazo.
Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And likewise, I'd like to extend my condolences to the Gregorich family and to thank them on his behalf for his many years of public service. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Collazo, for bringing this up. We know when we lose a member of our community, it's like family, right? I mean, there were so many connections, so many neighbors that spoke today and respected him so much and the service that he gave back to our the town, not only our community as a whole. So I'll be more than happy, and it's an honor to support your item.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to the committee reports. 8A, Economic Development Committee. Is the chairman still on?
Chairman Blanco, Economic Development Committee.
Yes, I am here. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
All right, thanks. All right, so I want to just obviously thank everybody this evening, Mayor, Council, and Clerk. You know, I'm here, as you know, on behalf of the Economic Development Committee to give our report of what's happened over the last quarter. My last quarterly meeting, we talked about all the agenda items that were recommendations that were brought from the Economic Development Committee to the Council. You know, this pandemic has really shaken, you know, our town, our community, our country, our world, really. And I think that, you know, second, obviously, to the health care needs and mental health needs of our community will be the economic needs that are concerning. And I want to say that, you know, I'm committed, and I know our committee is committed to doing, you know, what we can do, you know, from our committee standpoint to help our local community. I want to acknowledge our committee members because despite, with all this in the committee, we've done a lot of more meetings that we normally would do. and they've put a lot of effort and time. So to our committee, I want to say thanks. So we met right pretty on the onset of COVID, and we had come up with a list of 8 recommendations, which we brought before the council, most of which were approved by you, thank you, and were supported. That was one thing that we did. We also hosted a sunshine meeting, which some of you participated in, with the Miami Lakes Chamber of Commerce to have dialogue about the monies we're spending and cooperating and partnering with them, and how we can better support each other and support our community. And we had that meeting, and that was good to have some dialogue that hadn't been had for a while, and it was important, I think. We also created a subcommittee meeting, and the subcommittee formulated a new budget recommendation for the council that will be before you for the 2020 and 2021 year, really changing some things around so that we can take some of the money that we have and allocate it in the best way we feel is possible to consider the needs of the community today, given the concerns with COVID. We hosted our first ever mayoral debate for Miami-Dade County Forum. That was held at Energy Mendez University. It was we had all but one of the candidates were there. We had a good turnout online. We had over 10,000 people watch the video online, and over 800 commented, which created a lot of dialogue. And the opportunity there was for us to ask the questions that we needed to ask related to, when I say we, I mean town residents and Economic Development Committee members brought the questions before, and we got some good answers from the elected, not the elected, excuse me, the candidates. So that was very successful, and we hope to be able to do that maybe in some future time as well. We also put together, with partnership through Bank United and their sponsorship, we put together a 5-part series of webinars that we launched 2 weeks ago. The first one was Bricks to Clicks, a webinar teaching online business savviness. As we know, bricks, aren't as popular nowadays. People want to go online more. So we're teaching that. We are teaching there's going to be a second class coming up about back to safety, talking about safety. That's going to be happening actually tomorrow. We also have a class on economic opportunities that's going to be by Florida International University. We have another one, a webinar on human resources in today's economy. And then a last one, the last of the 5-part series will be a local business owners discussion strategy on how to prevail in today's economy. And that'll be hosted by a panel that Bank United is putting together. So we're really excited about seeing all that come together. So that's the update. I would like to highlight that we received in-kind audio video production from David Caserta from Cozy Productions, who was able to connect us with Christopher Columbus Sr. We had previously gotten a budget to do the AV for that event on the mayoral debate, was $10,000. And we were able to get Christopher Columbus Sr. to do that for in-kind service, which was awesome. And also we received $2,500 from Bank United, in addition to, obviously our budget. So we're excited about that. Any questions?
Councilman Collazo?
None. Just wanted to compliment really the entire Economic Development Committee and all the partners that they brought in. I believe that they really did an outstanding job during that mayoral debate in making our town shine, and Energy Mendez as well for their support. Great job. And I've been following some of the webinars and some of the material the Economic Development Committee has been putting together. And just wanted to compliment Chairman Blanco and the committee on that, on really keeping things moving forward, especially in light of all the things that we've been doing during the pandemic, and really shifting gears. So thank you, Chairman Blanco, and thank you, committee members as well.
Thank you, Councilman Collazo. Councilman Rodriguez.
No, Mayor, nothing further to add.
Councilman Dieguez.
Nothing further to add. Thank you.
Councilwoman Fruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chair Blanco, for the diligent report, and thank you for all that you've done during these troubling times for our small businesses. Thank you to all the committee members. I don't have anything further to add.
Councilman Alvarez.
Nothing further, Mayor.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Councilman Corrazzo said. I mean, that debate really put a positive spotlight on our town. The way that you guys put that together, had such an amazing production, an amazing moderator. I think those types of events, those types of venues are really, really amazing, and they showcase, you know, the work of the committee and all of you guys. So thank you for that. And I know you guys are really working hard, especially during COVID, you know, so it's greatly appreciated.
Thank you. My pleasure. And thank you all for all the work you guys do.
Thank you, Chairman. So we are moving on to the Youth Activities Task Force.
Good evening, Town Council, staff, and everyone that is watching. My name is Brian Rodriguez. I am the new chairman for the Youth Activities Task Force. I know I'm a new face, but I'm happy to be here today. So some updates with the Youth Activities Task Force. We had a successful Movies in the Parking Lot is our new event, new addition to our committee, which used to be Movies in the Park, but unfortunately due to COVID, we cannot do it anymore. So we had a great turnout, great response from everyone. Everyone loved it. And today I am coming to request to move some dollar amount in order to host another movie. So this is a formal request to you guys to move all available funds in our revenue account that was gained by sponsorships and fundraisers into our expenditure accounts. With that, we will be able to host another movie, which we already have scheduled for next week on the 28th. And we hope that we can host that event again. It was a great success. And I thank all of you for your time, and especially Councilwoman Marilyn Ruano. Without you appointing me, I would not be in this position as chairman for the Youth Activities Task Force. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Chairman, Council. We need to take action on this item. Is there a motion and a second, and then I'll go around for discussion?
I'll do the motion. I'll make the motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Councilman Collazo.
No, you know, Brian, you say you're new, but we know how many years you've been participating and how active you've been in our government. So thank you for stepping up and now being the chair of the committee. Yes, I can absolutely support the request. I heard very positive things from that. And again, adaptation, what you guys have been able to do on the fly and really repurpose some of these events to still continue even through the height of our pandemic to give us a sense of community. I think that's commendable. So thank you so much for that. And I'll be supporting the request this time.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilman Collazo. Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'll be supporting the item as well. We attended, my family and I attended the Movies in the Parking Lot when you guys played the Sonic movie. It was great. You guys did a fantastic job. So congratulations, and I know you guys are going to keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I don't have much else to add other than to say congratulations, Brian. Looking forward to the work that you do as the new chair of YATF.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can fully support this. I heard wonderful things about Movies in the Parking Lot, and it's nice to see the community members come together in some fashion during these difficult times. And congratulations, Chair Rodriguez. I'm sure that you are going to do amazing things. You always have.
Thank you.
Councilman Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor, and in full support, and congratulations to our new chair, Brian Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to the committee. Great work. Movies in the Parking Lot was amazing. Great job. We look forward to the next one. Yeah, I'm in full support of this item. With that being said, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Thank you, Chair Rodriguez.
Thank you.
We're on to the Cultural Affairs Committee. Is Chairman Robinson on? Madam Clerk?
Herman, is Mr. Neil Robinson on?
No, he didn't join the session. I haven't seen him.
Is
we-
Willie, is
will
Willie?
be
the
presenting the-
liaison? Willie, are you on?
No, sir. William is not there here.
Got it. Okay. We'll move on. If the chair, someone can reach out to him, but if the chair jumps into the meeting, we'll definitely recognize him. Clara, so I see you unmuted yourself. Do you know if Chair Robinson's going to come on or not?
I am not certain, Mr. Mayor, but I'll be happy to provide information on this item.
Definitely. Go ahead.
I don't have the reallocation of funds paperwork in front of me, but the committee is requesting to move funding over from one line item to the other. Gina, do you happen to have that information? And does the
Yes.
mayor and council
The
have
mayor,
that?
yes, they do. I believe it was sent to them or yesterday or early today. Ashley, if you're listening, do you have that email?
Yes, I do. I can forward that to you, Clarisol, right now.
Yes, thank you, Ashley. The council has it, but it would be beneficial for Claricel to explain briefly. I just reached out to Willie just to make sure if Mr. Robinson was planning on speaking tonight.
They did have a meeting yesterday and they voted on this item. So I know that Neil was planning on attending this meeting and speaking on this item, on this request, excuse me.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Corral.
From the allocation of funds form that we got, it looks like it's $967.62 from the Concert on the Fairway to the Women's of Distinction Award. That's the details that was provided to us. So 967 from a line item called Concert on the Fairway to Women's of Distinction.
Thank you, Councilman Collazo.
Got it. We could take a motion if you guys want to move it, unless you guys want to wait for Chair Robinson. I know they submitted it. It's up to the council.
I'll be willing to move the item, and then if he wants to come in and speak on it, but I can move on. I can make a motion on this item.
I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second. Councilman Collazo. Councilman Rodriguez. Councilman Dieguez. Councilwoman Ruano.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that there was two transactions or two amounts that they wanted to move.
That is correct.
Okay.
Actually, there's three items that, three transactions. So it's $967.62 from Concert on the Fairway to the Women's Distinction Award event, $700 from Concert on the Fairway to Paint a Picture.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
And lastly, $766.39 from Concert on the Fairway to the Black History Celebration.
Thank you, Claricel.
I'll amend my motion to reflect all three items. Thank you, Councilwoman Ruano.
I will amend my second.
Got it. And all, Councilman Alvarez?
No comment, Mayor. Thank you.
So on the amendment, yes, Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess just to sum up the various moves that are being made by the committee, is it safe to say that they, in essence, are shifting dollars from outdoor events to, or rather fall events to events in the spring? Would that be an accurate summary?
Councilman Collazo, I believe what happened with these three items is that they may have overspent by a few dollars. And so they're trying to recover and make those budgets whole with this transfer.
Oh, Pardon me. Okay, so this is actually a transfer from this year. I'm sorry.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
From an event that will not take place, unfortunately, because of COVID.
Understood. Thank you.
That was Councilman Dieguez, by the way.
Sorry, Councilman Dieguez.
Councilman Alvarez, did you want to say something? Got it. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Let's move on to the next item, which is a report from the Elderly Affairs Committee.
Herman, I believe
Gina,
told us
yeah,
that we
Gina,
started with.
we have Miss Dorothy. She has the internet down, but she's on a call. Let me see if we can
Okay.
get her on mute.
Thank you.
Good
Miss
evening,
Dorothy, we can
everyone.
hear you.
Good evening. We hear you well, Dottie. Thank you.
My computer's sick. I'm sorry, but I'm here tonight to request to move $10,000 from our reserve account to our meet and eat, so we can continue to serve the lunches through the traveling bingo for the rest of this through September.
Motion.
Is that the all?
Yes, that's all I have.
I was gonna make a motion or a second as well.
There's a motion and a second. Councilman Collazo. Councilman Rodriguez. Councilman Dieguez.
Nothing to add, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councilwoman Ruano.
Nothing to add, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Alvarez.
Nothing to add, Mayor. Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Dottie.
Mr. Manager, just a quick question since we're on committee reports. For example, if I know there's one committee that hasn't met in a while, which is neighborhood improvement. So their budget, whatever's left over, is that how are you guys planning to do that? Because I know some of that changed because of COVID and all that.
At the end of the fiscal year,
Yes.
I'll double check with our budget person, but I believe it just rolls into fund balance, that you'll have an opportunity if the council wanted to reallocate it. They'd have the opportunity to reallocate that money back into their budget next year when we do the budget amendment in either November or January.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Manager. We're on to the next item, which is a consent calendar. None of the items were pulled. So is there a motion?
I'll move the consent calendar.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to ordinances in first reading. Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 35, Article 3, Communication Facilities in Public Rights of Way, Division 3, Permitting and Placement of Communication Facilities in the Public Rights of Way, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in code, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Mr. Manager.
Yeah, what this ordinance does, it quantifies or codifies what we've really already been doing, which the intent was with the 5G communication poles. We wanted to try and get them to be in line aesthetically with other poles in the neighborhood. In other words, if there's a string of black light poles, we are working already with contractors to make the 5G poles also be black so that they're less distinguishable. The same holds true of the aluminum color or silver colored light poles. we're working with the contractors to make the 5G poles be that aluminum color so that they don't stand out as much. What this does, it makes the changes in the code that requires that. There are certain things that we're prohibited from doing by state law, like we can't tell the telecommunication companies not to put a pole here or there, but we have a lot of latitude with the aesthetics of the pole, and that's what the provisions in this ordinance do.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to give a brief background as to how this came about, back in January, I had seen some articles about the 5G pole situation along Flagler that was creating an issue as telecom providers were trying to hurry in advance of the Super Bowl to go ahead and have this technology in place. But in their rush to get these poles in place to accommodate 5G connectivity, they were just haphazardly putting them around, and it was unseemly or unsightly, to be more exact. And it just did not meet the aesthetic standards of that community. And looking ahead at what might happen here in Miami Lakes as this technology spreads, I wanted to see what we could do about it. So I reached out to our public works director through the manager and asked him about, what is it that we can do? Obviously, there were some restrictions imposed by law as to how far we can go, but he indicated that there are some things that we can do and that we have been doing. And after speaking with him, he indicated that he would go ahead and work with the attorney to codify the changes so that in the event that, eventually when, Mr. Acosta leaves us, hopefully after a very long and happy career with us, that knowledge, that knowledge would basically be codified as to how to handle these situations and not just kind of leave it out in the ether where maybe a future public works director may not be aware of how they can control the aesthetics to a limited degree on that. So with that said, that was the genesis of the item. Thank you, Carlos, for working with Lorenzo to put this together. And I'm in full support. So I move the adoption of the ordinance.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Councilman Collazo. Councilman Rodriguez. Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate this moving forward. I've been bringing this up since the very first polls came up. I discussed this with our previous town manager, Alex Ray. I discussed this with the legal department as well back in the day where Mr. Ray thought that we were not able to tell these companies what we wanted these polls to look like. I argued that we were, but sadly it never moved forward like a lot of my items sometimes don't. But I'm glad that we finally seen the light. I would have really wished that we did this so much sooner so that we didn't have the eyesores that we have here on 154th Street. But moving forward, I think it's a wonderful item. I think that we're within our rights to pick what we want these to look like. We want progress, but we want to maintain the character and the aesthetics of our community. So I am in full support of this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ruano. Councilman Alvarez.
No comment, Mayor, in full support.
Thank you, Councilman Alvarez. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Ordinance 10A passes in first reading.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're moving on to the next item, which is an ordinance in first reading. It's item 10B.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, approving adopting a non-ad valorem assessment rule for special taxing districts, approving, adopting, and ratifying special assessment district rates for special taxing districts, including but not limited to security guard and multi-purpose maintenance, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
I'd like to move this item.
I'll second.
In a second, Mr. Manager.
Yeah, this is the first reading of the assessments against the 6 neighborhood service districts, formerly known as special taxing districts. 4 of them are for security guard services. 2 of them are for lake maintenance. Just as a recap, our staff met with the oversight committees for these 6 districts. They've approved the budgets. Of the 6 budgets, 2 of them are representing a reduction in the assessment to homeowners in those districts, and the other 4 are remaining flat.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Councilman Collazo.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I do want to take just a little bit of time on this item. First of all, I want to thank the neighborhood service district boards and the time that the individuals that are involved in those boards take and put in to giving back to their community. I know sometimes that's a thankless job, but I do want to thank them for the work that goes in. And then I also want to thank Melissa, Danny, Angel, and Jeremy, who who are kind of the backbone of those neighborhood service districts and really take on the task of not just the day-to-day operations, but setting up these budgets. I know a lot of times we talk about taxes and how we levy taxes on homeowners and the impact it has on their lives. I think it's a good opportunity to highlight what we've been able to do on some of these neighborhood service taxing districts, actually as a body, and some of the parameters that we put in place. Miami Lake Section 1 started off at $285.37 in year 18-19. That tax is now being proposed at $208.37. We're reducing the tax burden by $77 to Miami Lake Section 1. While $77 doesn't seem a lot to a lot of people, but $77 may mean a whole lot to certain people now. So I want to thank Miami Lake Section 1 again for that reduction. Loch Lomond community. Again, they were at 18-19, $2,726.40. They're now at $2,489.80, keeping flat. But since 18-19, they've reduced their tax burden by $236.60. Many times we don't celebrate these things, but this is important. That's money back into their pockets. Royal Oak Section 1, we've heard a lot about Royal Oak Section 1 in the past and the service that they get. Their tax burden used to be $814 for Royal Oak Section 1. They're now at $706.89. That's $93.25 back into their pockets. Royal Oaks East was $977 in 18-19. Now it's $706.89. That's $270.48 back into their pockets. The greatest reduction out of all the service taxing districts. So congratulations, Royal Oaks East. Lake Patricia and Lake Hilda, while these service taxing districts have remained flat, both of those lakes have seen increased level of service, not just from the pond, adding the dye, the fish stocking, and the amount of service. So we've been able to keep them flat, but increase their level of service. So I want to congratulate all those boards for taking those measures and this town staff involved with that. And thank you very much for putting a total of $677.33 back into those homeowners' pockets. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Collazo. Councilman Rodriguez.
No, nothing further to add. I'll be supporting the item.
Councilman Dieguez.
Nothing further to add. I think Councilman Collazo explained it perfectly.
Councilman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilman Collazo, for the recap. I think it's important for the residents to see that that things have gotten significantly better since we've taken over from the county. So I'll be in full support of this item.
Councilman Alvarez.
No further comment, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Great job with the explanation, Councilman Collazo. And I think that was the vision when we first proposed it. It actually went on a county charter amendment. That was the promise that we made to residents. Hey, let us manage it. Let us take it over. You'll see increased service and you'll see a decrease in cost. So promises made, promises kept. I think, and it's mission accomplished with what we had promised back then. And now look what's happening today. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 10B, Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano,
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Item 10B, ordinance in first reading passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to the next ordinance, item 10C, Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, modifying the budget approved by ordinance number 19-251 and amended by ordinance 20-258, amending the town's fiscal year 2019-2020 budget, providing for expenditure of funds, providing for amendments, providing for conflicts, authorizing the town manager to take all actions necessary to implement the terms and conditions of this ordinance, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney, Mr. Manager.
Yeah, as I explained to all of you in your briefings, under the consent agenda, you approved a resolution that makes a transfer of funds from one capital project into the Brianna Vergara Courtyard capital project in order to get that project moving and get it expedited so we can complete the fountain and get it going. What this does is it's an ordinance that will move funds from the open parks impact fee fund back into the capital fund for the transfer back into the capital fund of the $21,000 that was needed to complete the fountain project.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Are there any motions on the table?
I'll move the ordinance.
I'll
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Councilman Collazo,
No, no comment.
Councilman Rodriguez, Councilman Dieguez,
Nothing further to add. Thank you.
Councilwoman Ruano,
Nothing to add, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Alvarez.
No comment, Mayor. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 10C, Councilmember Dieguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez,
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo,
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano,
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Ordinance in first reading passes. Item 10C.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to, there are no ordinances in second reading. We do have a resolution, which is a quasi judicial hearing. It's item 12A, Mr. Attorney.
Hello, Raul.
Oh, sorry about that. A resolution of the town council, sorry about that. A resolution of the town council of the town of Miami Lakes, Florida, pursuant to subsection 13-305 F1 of the town of Miami Lakes Land Development Code pertaining to a request in accordance with section 13-304H of the town of Miami Lakes Land Development Code for site plan approval and a request in accordance with section 13-303 of the town of Miami Lakes Land Development Code for a conditional use, all being submitted for the property located at 5875 Northwest 163rd Street, as provided at Exhibit A, Miami Lakes, Florida, folio number 32-2013-015-0030, as described at Exhibit B, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for findings for, providing for appeal, and providing for an effective date. And Mr. Mayor, I also have to read something about quasi-judicial public hearings, if I may. Please be advised that the following items on the board's agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to be either cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the board to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. Person representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Any person presenting documents to the board should provide the town clerk with a minimum of 10 copies. Further details of these quasi-judicial proceedings may be obtained from the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. At this moment, let's do our disclosures. I'll go around. Councilman Collazo,
I have none, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Rodriguez,
No, Mr. Mayor, I have none.
Councilman Diegues,
Nothing, or I didn't meet with anyone.
Councilwoman Ruano,
I don't have any to declare either.
Councilman Alvarez.
No one to declare, Mayor.
Got it. Now I'm in the same boat. No ex parte communication. Now everybody that needs to get sworn in before we begin the process, Madam Clerk, Hemang, if you can unmute everybody, if you can ask them to show themselves so they can get sworn in. Madam Clerk.
I'm missing Monica, Mr. Manny, Mr. Ali or Miss Ali. I see that you're for this item, 12A. I think I'm missing another person that I see on the screen with the name Ali. 12A, the Otter Mall. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to say the truth and only the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you for everybody that got sworn in. We'll begin our quasi-judicial hearing. We'll start off with staff.
Mayor?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
If I may, just to remind everyone that the Deputy Town Clerk, Ashley Chappell, is in council chambers right now. In case somebody wants to participate in the public hearing, she is there, and we have the computer available for anyone who does not have access to Zoom but wants to participate in this public hearing. Just wanted to remind everyone of this.
Thank you,
As
Madam
of right now, Mr. Mayor, there's no one in council chambers.
Got it. So the public knows it is fully accessible, and will be, Deputy Town Clerk will be in the chamber if you guys need to, if anyone from the public is wishing to speak. Now I'll pass it on to staff, their presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Susana Alonso for the staff. I am entering here the staff report for the record. The applicant is requesting a site plan application approval as well as a conditional use for a 5-story parking garage that really consists of accessory parking in the ground floor and 5 additional floors for height floors, but 5 levels of storage parking for vehicles for commercial vehicle sales that is located on the Palmetto Expressway. The site is a 10.71 acre lot located in northeast of Northwest 59th Avenue between 163rd Street and 165th Terrace. It already contains a 152,000 square foot building that houses one of the uses that we approved in the last council hearing, the college, the Southeastern College, and they obtained a conditional use last month. The northern portion of the property currently serves as accessory parking for the existing office building, and the applicant is requesting approval in order to add a garage in there. Staff is recommending approval with conditions that are enumerated in the staff report and that are hereby entered for the record. And if you have any questions, I can ask. I'm not going to pass to the applicant so that they can present their project as we have done in the past, and I'll be available for questions later.
Got it. So we'll pass it on to the applicant. You are recognized.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and fellow attendees. We are here to present the proposed parking garage and site improvements for the Miami Lakes Auto Mall. As Susanna mentioned, this is a 5-story open ventilated garage with tenant parking on the ground floor and overflow storage parking for the Miami Lakes Auto Mall on the on the upper floors. Okay, I'd like to share my screen if I could. Can everyone see? Okay, very well. This is the same package that was on the agenda, which is the same package that was submitted to the town of Miami Lakes. And we will just briefly go through these and discuss the design of the garage, and we'll open it up to questions. Well, first of all, I am the architect of record. My name is Alejandro Echeverri. I am with Styles Architectural Group, and we also have present Kristen DePiero with Thomas Engineering and Ryan King, also with Thomas Engineering. So this is the site. If you can all see, this is 163rd Street on the south border, northwest 165th Terrace on the north, and to the west we have northwest 59th Avenue. This is the existing two-story concrete block structure building housing the college. And this is the footprint of the new garage. As you can see, it is on the northwest corner, and we actually went through several iterations to try to be as least disruptive as possible to the existing site and locate it efficiently and maximizing maintaining existing parking, at the same time creating as much new parking as possible for the new tenants on the ground floor, and at the same time accommodating Miami Lakes Auto Mall storage on the upper floors, as I mentioned before. This is the site plan of the garage with the proposed improvements to the parking lot. So miscellaneous improvements to the parking lot include repairing curbs, relocating catch basins as required for the garage, and just miscellaneous improvements to the site to improve the aesthetics, the overall aesthetics of the site, including sidewalks, vegetation, things of that nature, landscaping. Obviously, one of the design challenges was incorporating this building into the Miami Lakes town fabric in this area. And to describe that, I would like to jump to the elevations. We have colored elevations of what the design intent is for the garage. As you can see, we decided to use neutral colors to blend in with the surrounding fabric. We're accentuating the building is horizontal, and that's sort of what we're trying to counter by creating these picture frames, if you will, on the prominent streets on the south 163rd, as you can see here, and on 59th Avenue to the west. We've created these picture frame portals that give those two streets a little bit more importance, as well as add depth to the design. Another strategy we're employing is the use of colors and tones, hues, alternating on the different panels, openings with cables and spandrels, alternating in different bays to add to that depth and break up the horizontality of the design. We have these on the stair towers. We have these eyebrows that project out and down and offer also depth as far as shade is concerned on this facade. And then very importantly, introducing vegetation and landscaping also to the facade to add color and soften up that concrete feel, as you can see here in several locations. It's a simple design, straightforward, not a whole lot to go into. And with that, I will conclude the presentation and open it up for questions.
Thank you very much. And Mang, if you can get us out of the shared screen mode. Thank you. So council, questions of staff first. Questions of staff. If there's any questions, we'll start with Councilman Collazo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the staff, is the applicant requesting any variances with this application?
No, sir, only the conditional use, because as it happened in the last hearing, any accessory parking that is on a separate, any accessory parking structure that is not on the same building as the building that it serves requires a conditional use. And therefore we're doing the conditional use at this time, but there is no variances attached.
Thank you. Second question is to staff, and I believe in your recommendations, you said you were recommending to approve with regard, you were making 11 different recommendations. One was with respect to sidewalk. And I heard the applicant just say that they would be making the modifications to sidewalk, but is that still accurate? Is the sidewalks included as part of the site plans as you recommended?
Yes, the applicant is proposing to do sidewalks on the portion of the site that they are remodeling. They're not doing the entire site because half of the site where the existing building is not technically part of their project at this time. So they're only doing 163rd Terrace, correct me if I'm wrong, 165th Terrace and 59th and half of 59th Avenue. The configuration of sidewalks that they are proposing right now we're at 5 feet. We are recommending the condition that they be expanded to 6 feet because that's the minimum that the town comp plan requires for an industrial district. And we're also recommending that that we be given a little flexibility to deal with the existing trees, to be able to leave some of the existing canopy in place as the new landscape material begins to grow. And so we need a little bit of flexibility to be able to deal with the existing trees and for the sort of the sidewalk to be able to encroach at some points maybe into the private property so that we can go around the trees. And this would obviously be something that we would need to get approval from the applicant.
My next questions are to the applicant, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if I'm able to make those questions at this time.
No, let's finish with questions of staff. We'll end there, then we'll go to the questions of the applicant.
Okay, thank you. I'm done. No further questions.
We'll come right back. Councilman Rodriguez, questions of staff?
No, Mayor, I don't have any questions. The question I had was relating to the specimen trees in condition number 5, and that's been answered by staff already.
Councilman Dieguez?
No questions of staff, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councilwoman Ruano?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one question regarding the trees, and if you can just walk me through it for the benefit of the residents that are watching. I know that in all of our projects, we make a valiant effort to protect the canopy as much as we can. And so could you walk us through what trees we will be losing and what trees we will be protecting?
So, and I'm gonna answer as thoroughly as I can. At this point, there are a lot of trees in this area that are right now considered specimen because they are very large, but they're not in very good shape. Some of them have already hollowed out trunks. Some of them have been hit by cars during the years, and they have some branches that are in disrepair, and they're lopsided. So they're gonna not do very well once the construction begins because their root systems are gonna begin to get affected as well. Usually a healthy tree can withstand the stress that a construction project details. But a tree that is already not doing very well is not gonna take it, even if you protect it very well. That being said, we are asking that the applicant keep some of the ones that are in better shape along 59th and along 165th, so that we can continue to have at least a little bit, and then they're filling in with a lot of other street trees as well. So even though some are getting removed, especially the ones that are not specimen or not, in order to be able to put in the sidewalk, they're proposing to put in new trees that will be growing in and creating a nice canopy at the same time. But we're going to try really hard not to leave it all bare and not removing most of them.
Right, that's something that,
Yes.
thank you. That's very, that's something that's very important to me. And I understand that some of those trees might be suffering right now, but I would hate to see the entire area become bare and then there's
Right, and naked.
shade for those, for people that walk, or for, it's just not something that we're used to doing.
Correct.
Some of the newer trees that I'm sure the applicant is more than willing to install are oftentimes very small. And if we see some of the ones that have been installed around town, it's been years and they don't really make any progress. So how can we ensure that, how can we know the number of trees that we're gonna lose?
So just to make, and this is something, this is a trouble that we're encountering in other places. This is not unique to this particular site. Because of the way that the town was platted at the time, especially in the industrial districts, the room that was left for trees was really the room that should have been used for sidewalks. So every time that we're starting to implement sidewalks, in many places we're sorely missing them, and we are really needing to have safe walking spaces for pedestrians. The roots of the trees are in the place where the sidewalks should be, and we really have very little right of way left in order to put the sidewalk behind the tree or in front of the tree or anywhere else that it's and this is why we have to ask of applicants that they allow us to encroach temporarily into some of their private property in order to put in our sidewalk, which creates, I'm sure the attorney can explain that it creates very interesting conditions, right? So we also have to remember that you were dealing with, private applicants that are putting their own money into the project, and we're asking them to do sidewalks, and we also trying to keep the canopy as full as possible and that it continues to grow. And so this, is the balancing of all these things that becomes very tricky, right? And in this particular case, what we're gonna try and attempt to do is try and pick out the ones that are the nicest and they're in best health, and then work around those and try and then filling the gaps with new trees, if that makes sense. So yeah.
No, I completely understand. I just don't feel comfortable without, a picture in my mind as to what it's gonna look like. And, we could lose 10 trees, we could lose 20 trees, we could, I just, that whole we're gonna try thing, like it doesn't sit well with me. The sidewalk is something that we are asking the applicant to put in.
Correct.
So basically, we're asking the applicant to put in something that by default makes us lose the trees. It's something that we are requesting, not
Correct.
something the applicant.
And it's something that is required by code at this time. So it's not something that and it's required by not chapter 13, is not required by the part of the code that we can give variances to, is required by chapter 35, which does not admit variances. So it's kind of like one of those things that we kind of have to do because we have committed as a town that we're going to improve pedestrian facilities wherever they're lacking.
Okay, and I want the residents to understand, right? Because sometimes developers or applicants in this case, sometimes they, bear the brunt of the discussion later on when there's like a bare concrete area and there's no trees and the residents kind of get upset about it and they don't understand. So this is our code that is requiring the removal of these trees, basically.
Because our choices basically are either to reduce the size of the right-of-way or the road and really reduce the number of lanes on the road, or have no pedestrian facilities, which is what we have right now. So particularly industrial areas, we basically have roads and trees and no room, and then the private right-of-way, and then the private property line. So there's really no room between the trees and the private property line or the trees and the road to put in any pedestrian facilities.
And we cannot waive that sidewalk requirement to save the trees.
We cannot give them a variance for that, no.
Okay, thank you, Susana.
Correct.
Thank you, Councilman Ruano. Councilman Alvarez.
So Susanna, you said that every tree that was sick or not doing well, that the applicant will try their very best to replace with a new tree. Is that correct?
Yes, they do have minimums that they have to meet as far as tree existence, and they have to be within the list that we passed a few months ago. We have a list of trees that are adopted by the town. They're shade trees and things that we like to see on the streets. So they do have to have a certain number of trees on the property and a certain number of street trees along the street line. And, you know, their landscape plans right now are very adequate towards that. They're providing street trees on the right of way, and they're, even though the sidewalk is taking up some space, they're still providing street trees, so that the sidewalk eventually is going to be a nicely shaded sidewalk. It's just not going to be right away while the trees start coming into their own.
Councilwoman, and I want to interject here for a second, although, and I didn't want to do it before because Suzanne, I think, was doing a phenomenal explanation explaining how our code works. But yes, our code not only requires sidewalks, but it also requires a certain amount of trees and vegetation that have to be in the area where any site plan is approved. So this site plan does contemplate that. Unfortunately, some trees will be removed, but they will be replaced. So the idea is to maintain the canopy somewhat. It just may take a little bit longer time. But if the trees are suffering already and they're disease ridden, then it's just a matter of time before those trees need to be replaced anyways.
Thank you. I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Alvarez, I know the floor was yours. Did you finish?
There's one last question. So Susanna, you just directly, will we have the even amount of trees that we currently have in that area, or would you say we're going to have more trees on that site?
That's a very good question.
Or would you say less?
The street tree wise, we're going to have more because in number, right? Because right now, because of the time that it has passed since the original tree planting happened, probably back in the 90s or even before, a lot of trees have fallen off. Some have been sick, others have died off. That being said, at the beginning, it's going to look a little more bare because once you remove the larger trees and some of their underbrush and some of the smaller planting materials that are there that are not really trees, it's going to look a little naked at the beginning. It's eventually going to fill up to even more than what it is right now. But that's going to take a little time.
Okay. No worries. I plan to grow the Miami Lake, so I'll be able to see them.
Thank you, Councilman Alvarez. Hey, Susanna, for me, the sidewalk issue is really important. I think that area of town is one of the main drivers of economic development. And there are a lot of people who take public transportation and they need sidewalks for mobility. I mean, I remember on Northwest 60th, that was another area like 59th Avenue where there were people in wheelchairs they had to go on the grass and on the street. So I really want to take care of the folks that come in and work and take public transportation and get around. I know there's going to be a school back there too soon. So I think that whole connectivity is really, really important. But I just want to read that condition to you, Susanna, because I'm understanding it a little different. It says the applicant will work with staff to ensure that the final design and location of all sidewalks respect any existing specimen tree. And whenever it's needed, they're going to use flexible pavement materials and limited encroachments of portions of the sidewalk into private property. So, I mean, I think that gives staff a lot of flexibility. And you guys know, you've heard what's important to the council, right?
Yes, very much.
The other thing that's important for me too is the mobility fee. I mean, I see it written in here, but what's the mobility fee for this project?
The mobility fee for this project came up to be $96,338.68. If we have the need and the applicant allows us to encroach on his property in order to provide some of these pedestrian facilities, there's going to be a little bit of a credit given for that, for providing pedestrian facilities within his property. But more, it's going to still range around there.
Got it. Okay, thank you. On the conditional use overall, how's that going to be governed? Because I know, I mean, it's in the auto mall. They're going to use it for vehicle storage. So every year that they get a BTR, you go in there, you double check that that's what it's getting for, correct?
Correct. And we're going to be checking first that it's still being used as storage space and not necessarily in any other way that would even increase their trips significantly. And as well, we're going to be careful to go and do a site visit and make sure that the plantings and the landscaping that is being proposed to disguise some of the facades, that is in good, healthy condition and that there is not needed of replacement and stuff. So we'll do just a cursory check of the facades to make sure that the landscaping material is in good shape.
What were to happen if the use would change?
If it was, the only use that this could actually be turned only to accessory parking, and that would be okay. And that it would be within its right to be. We would just have to attach it to whatever use it is. There is very little else that you can change this into, other than, well, some building in South Beach once put on a party discotheque inside of it. But I don't think we're gonna have pressures to do such a thing here. But there's very little that you could always maybe. I can't think of much else that this building could be used for, because it's not even being designed. Some garages get designed to be able to be turned into indoor spaces later. This one is a pure garage. The floor-to-floor heights are pure garage. So I don't foresee that happening. It would be very difficult.
Got it. Well, thank you, Susanna. And I know I'll get into some other comments later. So we're going to be closing this portion of questions to staff, and we're going to move on to questions of the applicant. So thank you, Susanna, very much. Councilman Collazo, we'll start with you. I know you had some questions of the applicant.
Yeah, and I think a couple people alluded to it, and my question to the applicant was if they felt that they can meet the conditions, condition number 5 in particular, which states that, and I think you read it back into the record, which states that they will work with our staff to preserve the integrity of those specimen trees by using flexible pavement and other materials and limited encroachments. And I guess that would mean pinch points, or as Susanna just said, maybe using some of their private property. So if they felt that they can meet that condition in order to preserve the specimen trees.
We do. We absolutely do. And we've been engaged with Susanna since the onset of this project, and she's been very instrumental in helping us decide and make design decisions based on preserving trees and to that, and also adding into the sidewalk. So we are confident that we can come to an agreement with Susanna. And then I just like to add also, it doesn't make up for the canopy or the shade trees, but we did take that into consideration when designing the building, and that's why we added vegetation in the form of planters. That's why you see a liner around the perimeter of the garage, because we as architects also obviously appreciate that aspect of design.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Collazo. Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. Alejandro, I was actually going to reference those same planters. I really like what you guys did with that design. So as long as you guys are okay with the staff's recommendations, I'll be in favor of the item.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. Councilman Dieguez.
I have nothing, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to stress that the canopy is very important to us, and we would greatly appreciate all the efforts that you can possibly implement to keeping as many of those trees as you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Hey, Councilman Alvarez.
No further comment, Mayor. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, applicant. I know a lot of my questions and concerns were answered by staff, and definitely keep working with staff going forward. I know you guys continue to invest in that area of town, and it's greatly appreciated. With that being said, now we're gonna go, unless there's some follow-up by Susanna or the applicant, I don't see any. We're gonna go into council deliberations so this portion of the meeting is officially closed. Council, it's on us now. So if there's any motions on the table, we'll be more than happy to take those right now.
I'll move the applicant.
I'll second.
Councilman Collazo.
No, nothing.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Nothing further to add, Mayor.
Councilman Dieguez.
Simply that for the reasons as issued in the staff report and based on their testimony and their answers to everyone's questions, I think the project has met all the criteria, and with that, good luck.
Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's a wonderful project. I think it fits the area, and I'll be happy to support it tonight.
Councilman Alvarez.
Nothing further, Mayor. Thank you.
And I'm definitely will be in support. I think not only is it's a good project, it looks nice with the planters that Councilman Alvarez said, but I think improving pedestrian facilities, having those investments in that area of town, making sure that we work with staff, having the mobility fee, right? Paying into that pot, which continues to improve because we know we're going to need money in that corridor once 59th Avenue opens up. I think it's a great project based on all the substantial competent evidence placed on the record. I'll definitely be voting in favor of this item. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes 12A.
Thank you. Thank you guys for investing in our community and continuing to grow in our town. It's such an important industrial area here in the town of Miami Lakes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. It's our pleasure.
We're moving on now to a new business item. We have item 13A. Councilman Dieguez waives this item 13A, so we're going to move on to 13A.
I apologize. With that, Mr. Mayor, the first, give me 1 second while I go back to my my memorandum here. There we go. All right, I'm ready to go. So with that, Mr. Mayor, you inspired me a while back, if you'll recall, when we were discussing some modifications to our code, which are still in the works, by the way, but just trying to get the details right with Susanna. But in that conversation, you mentioned that perhaps we should look at also other ways that government can be environmentally friendly and lead the way for those in the private sector and our private residents. So with that, I decided to take you up on that offer and go ahead and offer the following proposal of a green vehicle policy. In essence, that in the future, when the town purchases new vehicles, that they would have to be environmentally friendly, such as a hybrid. Now, to answer some of the ambiguity in the memorandum, I went back and forth with staff on defining what a vehicle would be and what it would not entail. So one thing that that we discussed is that the police vehicles, for example, are, as far as which ones they use, are in the discretion of the major per the contract. And of course, because those have to be specially built out for their needs. So those vehicles would not be included under this this proposal. However, the idea would be to have a new requirement that light duty vehicles, which we've determined are based on a gross weight of 8,500 pounds with a payload of 4,000 pounds, those sorts of vehicles would be subject to this requirement. So the idea being that when we go to replace, for example, the Ford Expedition that the town has, eventually as it continues to age and we go to replace it, that would be one such vehicle, for example, that would fall under that definition to go ahead and get it replaced. Same thing goes for the truck that we currently now use that we see Juan take to various events to move things around. Eventually, as that truck moves out of service, we will replace it with something that has, more of a less impact on the environment. So with that, that is the item. That's the spirit behind it. Those are the specifics, and that is the motion.
I will second.
Motion and a second, Councilman Collazo.
This question is to the manager. Other than the two vehicles mentioned by Councilman Dieguez, does the manager anticipate purchasing any additional vehicles that may be impacted by this ordinance? And if so, what are they, and what would they be in the foreseeable future?
Our total vehicle fleet is very limited. we, especially in the lightweight fleet that Councilmember Dieguez is targeting. We probably have, I think it's about 5 or 6, so probably about half a dozen vehicles. They've all basically been hand-me-downs from police. So we don't have right now any plans to buy new vehicles. The only thing on the drawing board is there were several years ago, the town purchased some of the Miami-Dade police vehicles. Currently, the new practice has been not to buy them on behalf of the town, but that we pay the county a monthly lease for the vehicles that they use. But there are some Miami-Dade County in our town vehicles that we actually own. Some of those are getting to the age and mileage level that cannot be used for emergency response. So we have, over the last few months, spoken with the major about if once those come up for replacement, that we would migrate those vehicles into our fleet, and some of the ones that we now are really beat up and they're old, we would migrate those out of the fleet. So it wouldn't really be, I don't think it would apply to this this motion, because we're not buying new vehicles. The vehicles we already own, but we would be migrating them into town use and get rid of the other ones. Because in all honesty, budget-wise, we don't foresee, in the near future at least, unless we come up with a different strategy, actually buying new vehicles. But once we get to that point, I believe that this, I'm 100% in support of this motion and migrating towards the low emission or hybrid vehicles.
All right, thank you.
Councilman
No further questions.
Thank you, Councilman Quazzo. Councilman Rodriguez?
No, Mayor, nothing further. I'll be supporting the item.
Councilwoman Ruano?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my only question would be with regards to cost. I don't know what the difference in cost would be between a vehicle that's maybe like a hybrid or a regular vehicle. I know that they're a little more costly. Can we add something to this where if we need to purchase a new vehicle, but cost-wise we can't manage to purchase a hybrid, that we still have the option to replace it with a regular vehicle? I guess my question is to Councilmember Dieguez, is that something that you'd be willing to add in there?
I apologize, Councilwoman. Can you repeat that?
Yes, I would fully support prioritizing moving towards the hybrid. The hybrid model of vehicle, but sometimes cost-wise, it's not effective, right? Sometimes the vehicles are more costly if you go that route. So I would hate to put us in a position where we would need a new vehicle, but would have to spend a significant amount of money in that difference. I don't know what it is. Would you be able to maybe? I've never bought a hybrid vehicle, so I don't know what the price difference would be if we were to buy, let's say, another SUV, a regular one versus a hybrid. Or is it a significant difference?
It varies, but the general, not just the general understanding, the way it goes is that with these hybrid vehicles, whether they're Teslas, not that we're going to get Teslas, I'm just using that as an example, but these sorts of hybrid vehicles, the way they work is there's always a higher upfront cost, but the savings is on the back end that you see over time, as a result of less fuel consumption, for example. Those are one of the biggest things. And, it runs cleaner. So as I understand, I believe there's a slight difference even in terms of how long they go on for. But I'll be happy to work between now and the actual resolution to go ahead and work with the manager to clarify, some language in there to that effect as far as, when it would be too cost prohibitive. But of course, I don't think that's a problem. I think, me, the idea is not just to do something just to say, oh my God, it's green, but then next thing you know, it's not really worth the value.
Absolutely.
So I will be happy to work with the manager on that.
Thank you, Councilmember Dieguez.
Councilman Alvarez.
So you mentioned, Councilman Diaz, that Teslas are excluded.
Yes. we're not gonna have Carlos Medio going around giving citations on a test.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Alvarez. So yeah, as long as in line with what Councilwoman Verano said, as long as the manager comes back with some sort of pro forma, which I know that exists. And by the way, this is where I disagree with the manager, and I think it's important that we look at what other departments are doing. There's already police departments throughout the nation that have gone fully hybrid or fully electric, and they're saving $6,000 per year per vehicle. Just in our budget right now for our small fleet, not including the police department, just our small fleet, we spend $24,500 a year on gas and on lubricants, meaning like oil changes and stuff like that. So there's a lot of money there, and we barely, I mean, staff uses it, especially code enforcement. But yeah, if we can showcase that there's going to be long-term savings, like there's one police chief, I think it was in Indiana, he converted all of them to fully hybrid, and they used the cars for about 6 years, and he saved $20,000 per car, and that it was a no-brainer, right? But that needs to be on paper, and that's where I told the town manager. So I'll vote for it, but I definitely want to see the pro forma. And thank you, Councilman Villegas, for bringing this up, because I think it's definitely doable. There was a motion and a second already, right?
Yes.
Got it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to the next item, which is item 13B.
Thank you, Mayor. As you can see in my memorandum, this item relates to allowing residents to install aluminum patio roofs, either attached or detached to their homes. A lot of times in the past, aluminum patio roofs were unsightly. They didn't, meet the aesthetic requirements or the desire for our town. But that has all changed. I actually have a video that I'd like to present that was prepared by a very diligent resident. And if we can play that at this time, Herman.
Herman,
Yes, give me 1 minute, okay.
thank you.
This is just going to showcase the improvements in design and aesthetics that aluminum roofs have met. Thank you, Herman. So as you guys can see, there have been some improvements in the aesthetics of aluminum roofs. But my item will come with stipulations. I want to make sure that we work with the planning department to have certain style and design criterias for these aluminum patio roofs. A lot of those, most of those that you saw are what's called the insulated aluminum roofs. There's not just a flat sheet of aluminum like they used to have before. They're much more sturdy. They look actually like wood pergola or wood canopy additions. So I'd like to make a motion to direct town staff to propose an amendment to the town's building code to grant residents the option to install aluminum patio roofs, whether attached to canopies or detached, with the stipulation that the town council and planning department set criterias for style and design for said aluminum patio roofs.
Second that.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez and Councilman Alvarez. Councilman Collazo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be supporting the item after, quite honestly, after seeing the video. I seen the video prior to the meeting when it was sent as part of this item, and I was completely blown away with what some of those roofs are capable of doing now, right? Or mimicking the designs that they're capable of mimicking. What I do want to be clear is that portion in which Councilman Rodriguez highlighted, which is working very closely with staff to make sure that that's the product that we get at the end result. I believe when this item was first brought about or introduced into our code banning these types of structures, I think in particular it was the issue of carports and the single ply sheets. You know, I also want to make sure that we're making part of this the fact that they're not carports or they're not structures that are going to be intended for that purpose, and they're strictly going to be you know, in the rear elevation of the home or not visible from the street elevation. So that would be my only caveat, the only addition, that they not be carports. And as long as they can look at like the images that were detailed in the video, I think I don't have any issue supporting why I would not support this item. So thank you, Councilman Rodriguez.
Councilman, I would accept a friendly amendment regarding the rear or visible from the street.
Okay, sure. I'd like to make that motion at this time, that they not be used for carports and they be in the rear elevation of the home.
Okay, I'll second that.
So we're on the amendment right now. So let's go through the amendment real quick. Councilman Collazo on the amendment, no discussion. Councilman Rodriguez on the amendment, no discussion. Councilman Dieguez on the amendment.
Nothing to add.
Councilwoman Ruano on the amendment.
Oh, I can support it. Thank you.
Councilman Alvarez on the amendment.
Nothing to add, Mayor. Thank you.
All those in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're back onto the main motion as amended. Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And our diligent resident, AKA Rudy Oredo, also reached out to me and actually showed me the video before Gina even had a chance to share with the rest of us. But I think the points you both raised are correct, and that is that these roofs have come a long way. And I think in the past, everyone has seen that it tends to be a stickler for maintaining a certain aesthetic standard for Miami Lakes. And I certainly think that these roofs fit that. And I 100% support the item. And thank you for bringing this forward. And Rudy, if you're watching, I just wanted to go ahead and say, good job, man. As always, you're very proactive and do all your homework. So well done.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I couldn't agree more with Councilmember Dieguez. I was very surprised that those photos that I was looking at were aluminum roofs. As with all the other materials that we've approved as of late, we've made a lot of changes, right? Because products evolve and things get prettier, and we want to give our residents as many options as possible while maintaining the aesthetic look of the community. I can fully support this. I think all those pictures that we saw are pretty, and the amendment, I think, was the perfect amendment to ensure that aesthetically the homes continue to look like they do today.
Thank you, Councilman Ruano. Councilman Alvarez.
Take a moment to thank Councilmember Rodriguez for his 4 years.
Councilman Alvarez, are you okay?
Hear me now.
Here.
Much better.
Sorry. Might be a Mac problem. Sorry about that. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes,
All right. I'm just saying that I commend Councilmember Rodriguez for his forward thinking and thinking outside the box and bringing something like this to the town of Miami Lakes. I have the utmost trust in his leadership, and that he will be working with town staff to make sure that it meets a certain style and design to meet the look and feel of the town of Miami Lakes. So good job, and I'll be supporting this item.
Thank you, Councilman Alvarez and Councilman Rodriguez. I'm in favor of the item. I think with the amendment, with the aesthetics, how it looks, I think obviously we come a long way from when these types of when the original roofs were banned in our community. Obviously the design has changed. I do look forward to the recommendations specifically of the Planning and Zoning Board. I think we have some great individuals in the Planning and Zoning Board that can improve this item. So I do look forward to their discussion and really with their recommendations when we bring this back to the dais. So thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. Anything in closing?
Yeah, just, obviously this is something that's born by necessity to give residents options and more inexpensive options. These aluminum options, even though equally as pleasing to the eye, they're very, they're about $2,000 or $3,000 cheaper than a wood structure or a concrete structure. So it's something that's going to give the residents an opportunity. And obviously I want to thank Mr. Lloredo for that fantastic video that he put together for you guys.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed, seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to my item 13C. Wanted to bring this up. I kept getting calls from many residents as to the situation on 87th Avenue. It's a major hazard. So I've made a point of riding my bike on 87th for the last several months, almost every other day. And it's a big issue. I mean, the speeding there has gotten to the point that I fear that there's going to be an issue because it's really bad. So I'm just looking at ways to see if we can calm traffic, protect pedestrians. I've tried to use those bike lanes that are on 87th Avenue. That is really scary to use them. So I actually ride on the sidewalk some of the times because the amount of how fast the vehicles go there. So I want to see if we can place, and I know it's a county road. I know 87th Avenue is a county road and the county takes forever. Listen, we've been working with the county to wrap our traffic signal boxes for the last year. So doing something as simple as wrapping a traffic signal box takes forever. It's stuck in the bureaucratic purgatory of Miami-Dade County. So something has to happen. I know it's a county road. I know. But we either have to work with them to put to protect the bike lanes, to do something that's called a road diet. Kind of what we did in Satori. You look at, if you guys remember how we did the Satori side plan, we shrunk the width of the road, so it's almost impossible to speed in there because that's just the way Complete Streets is designed, really around pedestrians. So my motion specifically, I would love to motion to see if we can do it ourselves, but we know this is a county road. My motion is to direct staff to see if the county can install, to work with the county to install protected bike lanes on 87th Avenue, specifically between 154th and 170th.
I'll second the motion.
And I also want to obviously have a discussion about any other ideas you guys might have, because it's a major issue. And I know you've all gotten the alerts from residents. Councilman Collazo.
Thank you, Mayor, for bringing this item forward. Yes, I've seen firsthand, not just during the neighborhood bike rides. My mother lives abutting 87th Avenue, and you can hear some of the vehicles. Sometimes they're modified exhaust. I would also say we have an issue on 89th Avenue, right along Barbara Goldman. That's another back road which is used for speeding. I spoke during my during my briefing with the town manager, he talked about some other initiatives that they're taking on, which include high visibility enforcement. I think we need to start enforcing speed along that area and trying to do targeted activities to catch the speeders. So completely support this item, not just the adding of the protection to the bike lanes along 87th, but increased enforcement along 87th and 89th Avenue as well. So you have my complete support on this item.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I'll be in support of this item. This is absolutely something that's that we've received a ton of calls from residents in that area. You know, this is a big issue. So anything we can do to calm that situation out there is very much welcome by me. So I'll be supporting the item. And I think you're right. I think we should look even beyond this to see what else we can do to address, and maybe enforcement on that street is something that we really need to look at with the major.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And like everyone else, I also get the calls about 87th Avenue. The more recent calls that I'm sure Councilman Collazo and the mayor can attest to have come from our former colleague and friend, Vice Mayor Tony Lama, whose family now lives along 87th Avenue, and they're constantly reporting back to us about the noise that they hear there, as well as other residents. So I think this is a great idea, enhances mobility, maybe even helps to solve some of the traffic issues there, but 100% enforcement has to be part of that component, or a component of the plan of action to finally get a grip on the speed in that area, which has been going on for years. So with that, I'm in full support.
Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in full support of this item. I received phone calls, a significant amount of phone calls from this area, residents that can even hear the speeding right through their backyards. So absolutely, I think that there's something that needs to happen there. My only concern is cost, right? I know that these delineators are not cheap. So it would be great if it's a county road, if it's something that the county can fund. That would be fantastic. If it's gonna come out of our budget, I'm not sure that we can add any more to our plate right now, but I'm in full support of the item, and hopefully we can find a way to get the county to dip into their budget and bring that forward, because it definitely does need to be done, because something's gonna happen on that street. I completely agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ruano. Councilman Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you guys hear me still again? We good? Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Again, for making always public safety or one of your priorities. So I think it's the first steps in the right direction. Fully will support this item.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to the next item, which is 13D. Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sure you guys have reviewed my memorandum. At our last budget sunshine meeting, we were presented with a proposed budget for fiscal year 2021. That budget, although it reflected a balanced budget, it did not address two one-time revenue transfers that we made last year in order to balance our 2019-2020 budget. $431,000 from the reserve fund balance and $420,000 from the MLOP capital fund, for a total of $851,800. What I wanted to discuss with you was the potential to increase revenues in order to pay for those one-time transfers from our savings accounts. The idea that I came up with was the increase of the franchise fee from 3% to 4.5%, which reflects about $1.50 per month for every 1,000 kilowatt hours of consumption. Even at that increase of 1.5%, based on my calculations, it would take us just over 2 years to pay back those reserve funds that we transferred. And then following the repayment of those borrowed funds, we would then apply Councilman Dieguez's ordinance regarding the overages for franchise fee and limit the use of those funds specifically to infrastructure projects, which are desperately needed throughout our town. As we all know, we get the calls every day. So that is my item. I would make a motion to increase the franchise fee from 3% to 4.5% in order to meet the requirements to pay back the fund balance and the MLOP capital fund, and then abide by ordinance number 19-247. And for discussion, when I get it one. Awesome.
There is no second to this item.
All right, so Mayor, can I make a motion to move this item for 6 months from now? Because everything that I've been hearing is everyone understands that the money needs to be repaid, and everyone understands that the infrastructure is needed. But what everyone does not want to do right now, given the pandemic, and I understand it. So I think we should move this item to a date certain in February or March and bring it up again. Hopefully the pandemic and financial situation will be a little bit different, but I don't think we can just ignore the fact that we're going to have an $800,000, I call it a debt because we borrowed it from ourselves, an $800,000 debt to repay that we have no foreseeable revenue to cover, and an infrastructure that is deteriorating and with no real means of improving it in the near future. So I'd make a motion to move the item till February of next year.
Without seconding the motion, but taking a moment of personal privilege, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, I think it would be better just to go ahead and just withdraw the motion and bring it up again in February. At least under my understanding of the rules, there's nothing that stops you from doing that. And I don't think, to be fair, I don't think that there's going to be support to, at least at this point in time, even have that discussion. So I think you're better off just on your own, bring it up as a new business item at that time as we get further along through the pandemic. That would just be my 2 cents using my moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez, for your recommendation. I'll be removing the item.
Got it. Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez, and thank you for your consistency on these issues as always.
Mr. Mayor, point of personal privilege. We will be having a budget sunshine meeting coming up tomorrow. I think on Wednesday, and I think if we do exactly what we did last year, we tightened our belt, we all conferred. I think we locked ourselves in for about 4 to 5 hours on this budget. We made over a gap of over, I think, $500,000 when we were projected at that time to make. I understand that some of those monies were borrowed, but I think we have an opportunity to tighten our belts again. And if there are some issues with the budget at this time, and we're forecasting some monies that maybe we're not going to get, there may be an opportunity to do the same thing that we did last year and lock ourselves in during that sunshine meeting and see what we come up with. So I think there's an opportunity there to maybe address some shortfalls that maybe we're concerned about. Not shortfalls, but maybe some repayment of these funds that we're concerned about.
Got it. Thank you, Councilman Collazo.
Thank you very much.
We're moving on to my item on the new school year. This item requires a waiver of section 0.2 of the special rules. Let's make a motion to waive the rules on this item.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. So something that came to my attention in regards to this issue. I actually, and I'm sure Councilman Alvarez can speak on this item with a lot of knowledge. I've actually heard from a lot of parents who don't have the funds to pay for childcare, who are put in a position they can't. They either have to quit their jobs and stay home, or I mean, I heard from a parent the other day. I told the principal, "Hey, I'm going to drop off my kids the first day of school. I have no other choice." And I think I want to find a solution. I want to be helpful. I think our town could be helpful. I know our town manager already released a plan that we can help, especially families that can't telecommute. And I think too many times there's way too many people in decision-making positions who don't look at the entire picture, who sometimes, to be frank and honest with you, are out of touch and don't look at the entire picture. I mean, there are a lot of people that cannot telecommute, a lot of people that live day to day, that live paycheck to paycheck, who don't have that family apparatus that they could just drop off their kids somewhere. I mean, there's a lot of folks in that position. And I think it's really unfair for them to have to pick, hey, do I quit my job to stay home with my kids? I mean, I think a lot of the decision makers, they were faced with that decision. I can tell you, they find an alternative real quick to this issue. So I just wanted to have that discussion with my colleagues. I know I'll give it to our town manager because I'll pass it on to him for a second, because he had released a plan to make our community centers available with the YMCA. I know Pastor Stewart already said he's going to make his fellowship hall available to families. So, Mr. Manager, I don't know if you want to touch upon that.
Yeah, when we saw the new business items come in, both yours and Councilmember Alvarez's, which is the next item on the agenda, we had already been working on the plan that we released a couple days ago. So we thought, wow, it aligns. So great minds think alike. So we were happy that the things that were being initiated by our town staff in conjunction with partners like the YMCA fell right in line with at least two of the items being presented here in this agenda. So what I'd like to do, I know that I sent you all the information via email a day or so ago, but what I'd like to do is for our Parks and Recreation Director, Danny Angel, to highlight and verbally explain exactly what this program entails, the partnerships, the number of students, just to give you the highlight as to what this program entails, the one that we have now set up. So, Danny, are you there?
Good evening, Mr. Manager, Mayor and Town Council, Daniel Angel, Director of Parks and Rec. As the manager stated, the county actually, as part of Emergency Order 2320, provided a new normal guideline handbook. Now, this book is about 196 pages. It entails everything regarding business restrictions, guideline restrictions for childcare, youth sports, and summer camp programs. Now, all of this information is consistent with the CDC guidelines and other focus groups that the county mayor at that time put together in regards to child safety. So what we've done is, as of June 8th, when this was released, we actually opened up our facilities for summer camps. As many of you recall, we worked with the YMCA. We had about 9 students per room. So we had Royal Oaks, the Roberto Alonso Community Center was at about 36 individuals or 36 kids. So 9 kids per room, 1 staff member per room. So that equated to the 36 at Roberto Alonso. So what we're gonna do now is we're working with the YMCA, excuse me. We're working with the YMCA over at the Roberto Alonso Community Center to do the same thing. And we're also opening up the youth center with another program called Snapology, that they're more oriented towards STEM programming, and we'll be able to accommodate an additional 18 kids at that facility. So we'll do that to start. We're planning to open up. Actually, registration was open up tomorrow to all of our town residents. Once these facilities get at the capacity that's recommended by the Miami-Dade County New Normal Guideline and the CDC guidelines, we'll be looking at our other park facilities to maximize that space, to try to just curtail as many town families and residents that are in need of this program.
Danny, thank you guys for working on that, because I'm sure that's going to get filled up relatively quickly. I can tell you the need is really, really, really big. So thank you guys for working on that. Okay, Councilman Collazo.
My question was to staff. You highlighted two projects, Danny, or two providers. And I say providers because they're third-party providers. The town will not be running these. From what Danny alluded to, is that consistent with what your item is and what Councilman Alvarez, and in all fairness, Councilman Alvarez, he hasn't gotten into his item, but just from reading it, looks like we're trying to offer our community centers to offer some type of venue for third-party providers to come in and provide academic support. So they're both very similar. What the staff is recommending is something along those lines. Are all these three things very similar? Is that safe to say, Mr. Mayor?
Look, as I'm fine with all of it, as long as solutions are presented and seen through. I think our residents will greatly appreciate it. So I'm good with all the solutions and on the entire discussion.
So so thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that clarification. So Danny, these are fee-based programs. They're not necessarily going to be provided by the town, but a fee is going to be paid through a third-party provider. Is there some type of agreement with regards to utilization of the facilities, wear and tear, cleaning or disinfecting in the case that there is some type of, we just heard about contact tracing, so somebody's identified COVID positive. Are they liable for that? What are the liabilities, I guess, for the town if we were to take this on?
Yeah, the two different program providers, they do provide a release and waiver and an indemnification to the town. And we've been working with the YMCA specifically. They're very familiar with the new normal guidelines and all the different requirements. And I'll just keep on adding to what this actually entails. So what the parents are going to be doing, they've created like a curbside drop off and pickup to eliminate the parents accessing the facilities. They also do a temperature check as the children come in. They do that actually twice a day. They do that in the morning and they do that in the afternoon. Now these children remain in cohorts. So what that means is that the same group that's together from the first day, they'll be together throughout the entire program. The same staff member, the same counselor will be with that specific group as well too. There'll be some encouragement to use the outside facilities as well too, but the main focus with this specific program is going to be specifically to the curriculum that their individual schools will be providing. So these counselors will be overseeing our kids, looking at them working on Zoom, helping them out with any type of activities, while the instructor through Zoom is teaching them and letting them know what's happening day to day. And there'll also be some little breaks as for lunch and things like that. But yeah, these programs have already been working, not just with Miami Lakes. They're working countywide. I believe about 7 to 10 different municipalities throughout the county are also stepping up and utilizing their park facilities for this specific type of program. And we're just following suit with whatever the new normal guidelines are established by Miami-Dade County.
So the liability to the town is mitigated by the waiver that you suggested. Are they paying, since the parents are paying a fee to a third-party provider, is the third-party provider then paying a fee to the town for the use of the space, or are they agreeing to at least maintain it in the same condition that they found it in?
Yeah, that is part of we have an existing agreement with the YMCA and also with Snapology, and all of that language is within that contract. There's also a 80-20 revenue split with these programs for use of the facility.
Oh, got it. Okay, thank you. that's the only questions I had of staff, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Collazo. Councilman Rodriguez?
No, Mayor, nothing further to add.
Councilman Dieguez?
He stepped out. He's in the restroom, Mayor.
Councilman Alvarez?
I think Danny had, all the questions that I had, that I was thinking about, I'm not sure if I have to bring my item up anyways, but that's what I was envisioning of providing like an educational pod for our families and our students, and what better way to do it, than through our town, and being able to provide that educational support, as we don't know what some of our families may be going through at home. The town is extending, their hand to help and support them. And the same thing, that's what we were envisioning. Danny was like an academic coach that would be following the child's schedule throughout the day, and providing that support via whatever platform, whether it's Zoom or Collegia, or whatever platform the school that they're coming from may be using. Thanks, Danny.
Councilman Ruano?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a couple of questions for staff. Did the YMCA, did you reach out to the YMCA for this, or did they reach out to you? How did you start working on this? I know that you sent an email to us that you were already working on this item. Can you walk me through how that materialized?
Sure. So the YMCA is already a program provider with the town. We've been partnering with the YMCA, I believe, since about 2012. So we've been working with them in regards to childcare programming, and due to the existing pandemic and COVID, specifically starting with the summer programming, we wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity to engage our community and all of our residents who are in need of childcare facilities, that they have a place here in the town of Miami Lakes. Same thing occurred now with the start of the school. We worked with the YMCA, just engaging them because they have several partnerships with other neighboring municipalities who have already started engaging it. And keep in mind, I've been part of a process, it's called the South Florida Parks Coalition, where all 36 park directors all across Miami-Dade County, we've been meeting on a week-to-week basis on Zoom. And this has been the priority since day one, making sure that we have a facility and somewhere where our children could go ahead and be, take their minds off of what's happening now with all the different things with the pandemic and being isolated at home. So we've been working with them, with the county mayor's office, and making sure that we have a place and a facility, especially with the specific need now with school starting and a lot of parents trying to find a home.
Thank you, Danny. So is this something that you guys were already working on before these new business items came up, or did you engage with the YMCA on the heels of the new business items?
No, yeah, we've been at least with the South Florida Parks Coalition, we've been talking about this probably for about the last month already. Just forecasting, just seeing how the trend has been going with the uptick with all the different cases across the county.
Correct.
And knowing that, and just forecasting that the school was probably not going to open on August 24th or August 31st now.
Right, correct. Well, thank you. And I appreciate all of the work that you've put into this. And I just want to say a few words. I can fully support this. I think that anything that we can do to make our residents' lives better, quality of life, right? That's what I always talk about. And anything that we can help with, I'm all in favor for. However, municipalities are not in the business of childcare nor child education. This is something that is a responsibility of Miami-Dade County Public Schools. And that is why every homeowner pays taxes to Miami-Dade County Public Schools. So at this point, the public school system is receiving monies and they are not doing their job. So I want to make it very clear that this is not something that we can sustain long-term. This is a Band-Aid, and I feel for all of our families and want to do right by them, but this is not our job. So we need to continue to lobby the school board. If the children are not safe in a school, they are not safe in our community centers. If the children cannot congregate with their own teachers, they cannot congregate. with those individuals that run the YMCA program. So I find it to be very disingenuous for schools to not open, but for the mayor of the county to make an exception the day right after schools close to open summer camps. And now somehow we can't use municipal facilities to congregate with residents, constituents, and taxpayers, but we can use municipal facilities to create babysitting services. That is not what we're in the business for. So although I can support this item, and I will support it because we have to do right by our residents, we need to be clear with the county, with the school board, with our delegation in Tallahassee. This is not okay. The school board needs to return the funding if they refuse to educate our children in school. And then taxpayers and parents can figure out what to do with that money, because right now, these services come at a cost. So although we're opening a facility for the children to be in, all of these parents have to pay a fee to have their children sit there all day when they're already paying into the tax system for Miami-Dade County Public Schools. So I feel like I have to make it a point to say that. And I think that our job, more than putting a Band-Aid on this, our job is to continue to stress that these schools need to open. Everybody's working. Teachers are not an exception. I understand that the unions are very powerful, but we need to make a point that everybody needs to go back to work or they can't get paid. You don't get paid to sit at home. You need to go to work. So that, I think that these Band-Aids prolong the resolution to this problem. The more Band-Aids we put into place, the less likely these education facilities are going to open. Colleges are opening. My son is leaving tomorrow to UCF and he will be in a classroom with other students. So there's no reason why we cannot be opening. And I have to put it out there because it's how I feel. And I think that taxing people without giving them services is theft. And I am not on board with that. So I just wanted to make that clear. I will be supporting this item short term. I saw on the flyer that it was through October. Is that when we're going to cut off this program, or are we looking to continue to extend it like we do the emergency orders that are going to continue until the end of time? Because we've been under an emergency order forever and I don't see it ending anytime soon. Is there an ending point to this program?
Danny, let me chime. I believe that it's through October because that's when the Dade County Public Schools is going to do another evaluation to see if they can come back.
So are we going to reevaluate? Are we going to reevaluate in October as well?
Yeah, I mean, when the county school system makes a decision, then we'll take a look and make a reassessment of whether to extend it.
So I'd like to amend this, and I'd like to add a sunset to it. I'd like to say that we're going to approve this through that date and revisit it and reapprove it if necessary or not.
I'll second the amendment.
Discussion on the amendment, Councilman Collazo.
And again, I hear the passion that Councilwoman Morano speaks with, and completely support her thinking process through this, because it is double taxation. But to be clear, and again, that's why I asked the questions of staff. It is a fee-based program that the parents are paying into, and there's a revenue share with the town. Correct? Is that what I heard Danny Angel say?
An 80-20 split, right?
Yes.
Right. So there's not a financial liability to the town from the item from the way. Actually, the people who should be upset are the parents who have to pay to have their kids in a program because the school board's not doing it. But to the town directly, is there a financial liability?
Danny, what is the financial exposure to the town with providing this program?
So there really isn't any financial exposures. We already have janitorial on site since these two park facilities are open already. So outside of that, there really isn't any other financial liability that the town has.
Right. So I think, Councilwoman Morano's item to revisit this on the 31st is not necessarily from a financial exposure or liability to the town, just advocating on behalf of the parents that the school board should be doing more to make sure that the needs of the kids are being met. So I really don't have an issue supporting the revisiting on the 31st and continuing to advocate on behalf of the parents, because they are incurring double the cost. So I can support the amendment that Councilwoman Morano is adding.
Thank you. To clarify, it would be October the 2nd is what's on the flyer as the ending of this program schedule.
So do you want us to bring it back to you as a manager's report at the October council meeting? For you to either endorse continuing it or to direct us to discontinue the program? Is that what you're, would that mean?
Right, I'd like us to revisit it and vote on it again if we decide to extend it.
No, I understand that, but I'm thinking of time frame. Do you want it brought back to you at the October meeting?
I think that the October meeting would be past October 2nd. So I think that we'd have to revisit this next month.
Okay, that's what I'm asking for. I want just clarity, so I don't want to not bring it back when you were expecting something different.
What date do we meet in October?
I'll tell you now.
We have September 22nd, we have the second budget hearing. That could be a possibility. And regular council meeting is on the 15th. So we have
October, Gina?
September 15th, regular council meeting. And September 22nd, Tuesday, second budget hearing.
And the October council meeting is the 20th, October 20th.
Correct.
Right, so that would leave parents, you know, a couple of weeks without a program if our intention was to extend it. I feel like we need to make a point to the school board that we are not going to continue to patch these holes. This is no different than when the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting and we had to cover the police security of the schools because they didn't have a police force and they stringed us along for I don't know how long without signing our agreement, without refunding us for our police. We cannot continue to patch these holes. We are not in the job of babysitting children or educating children. That is a school board function and they need to do their job.
I have one last comment to staff before we move on, Mayor.
Yep, go ahead.
I noticed that the YMCA program offered a resident rate versus a non-resident rate, and I wanted to see if something could be included to Snapology regarding along the same lines, so residents could be. I saw that there was a differential and wanted to see if that could be integrated into the program.
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and make contact with them first thing tomorrow morning. I believe that they went ahead and provided a 10% discount to town residents, but I'll confirm and I'll make sure that we get some type of an established resident rate and non-resident.
Thank you.
Councilman Rodriguez.
No, Mayor, nothing to add on the item. I'll be in support.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. Councilman Dieguez.
Nothing to add. I'll be in support, and as usual, I think Councilwoman Morano knocked it out of the park with calling out what sometimes becomes a bait and switch approach with other parties where we get left holding the bag, and it's not fair to our residents. And I'm glad that as usual, she steps up and she calls them out. So. And I think there's a number of things too that the school board can be doing as well if they're not going to be restarting in-person instruction, because again, we pay for those facilities. They're not in use right now, and the services that they also go to cover are really not being utilized. So with that said, great job, Councilman Morano. I will support the amendment, but I will also be supporting the final item when we get there.
On the amendment, Councilman Alvarez.
So I'm not supporting the amendment. I think Councilwoman Ron was caught up in the other side, and I'm focused more on the child. I'm more focused on the social and emotional well-being of the child. I'm focusing more on the academic support that the child's going to be provided. I think this is not a Band-Aid. I think this is a community working together to help children and families in our community. I think it was a valiant effort by Danny Angel and the whole team that we didn't even have this conversation, and they were already working along the lines on something similar that the mayor and I both are bringing up as a new business item. I don't think this program should stop. And Councilwoman Ruana can battle that battle with the school district, and kudos to you, ma'am. You continue that battle, but I do not feel comfortable, and I do not feel that I will support at all putting a stop to this until the schoolhouse opens. If this is at the will of the parents and they choose to pay for a program that they want to be able to leave their child in a safe environment where they're following the CDC guidelines, there's a minimal amount of students allowed to be there per square footage per facility, then I think we do it. You know, you get caught up in all this politics and all these things. We're not going to win that battle. We're in the middle of a pandemic. That's a battle we fight and we continue to fight later on. But why should, while I'm doing this battle with the district, should I stop something that's going to benefit my community, my students, my children, my families? So no, I totally disagree, because we get caught up in this. And this is, again, it goes back to the child. All these kids are suffering. All these kids have to pivot like they did in the crisis and like they're pivoting now. I have friends and colleagues that work for different school districts and they don't even know what their program is going to look like on August 31st. And we're going from a crisis mode to now our bell schedule is the same bell schedule if we were sitting in a brick and mortar, but it's going to be throughout remote live instruction or online learning. Okay, so I get and I respect what you're saying, Councilwoman, but I think it's our responsibility. Is there something that we can do good by our community and by our residents and for our children? Then I'm all in, because kids come first. And this is, I can't control what's gonna happen with the school district. I may be a voice, but I sure as heck can control what's gonna happen on this dais and what vote I'm gonna give and at the local level. So I won't be supporting the amendment. You know, my preference is to extend this program until the schoolhouse opens to all students. And there's several different phases. So let's get this clear. The schoolhouse open for certain students means that they may be bringing different subgroups in, not the entire school population. So I don't want to give this false hope to these parents where we're gonna have this program for a month and a half and then just cut it. And then what are those parents gonna do? You know what? I would pay to put my child in a program like that, because that's their social and emotional well-being and my social and emotional well-being as well. And if we are in control and have a vote on this dais to do something like this for our families that I could control right now, my vote, everyone's vote here sitting on this virtual screen can control what's gonna happen with these children at these different community centers, then that's something that we can control. So I'm sorry, but I will not be supporting the amendment. And my vision for the children and for the students and for the families here in the town of Miami Lakes is that this program, under the leadership of Danny Angel and the manager, is extended until the schoolhouse opens to all students, not to sub. The schoolhouse opens back to brick and mortar to all students.
May I ask a question of Danny Angel, just on the heels of Mr. Alvarez's comments?
We'll go to you in a second, Councilwoman Reynolds, for closing. So I haven't had a chance to speak, but I wholeheartedly agree with Councilman Alvarez. I mean, he hit it out of the ballpark. I mean, that's it. Specifically on education, I mean, he hits it out of the ballpark. Nobody knows this better than him. The principal of one of the top high schools in the nation, opening up several around the nation, and he hit it on the head. I mean, you have to support the most vulnerable in our society when other entities fail. So I wholeheartedly agree with Councilman Alvarez and on his thoughts, and I'm with you 100%, Principal Alvarez. I think nobody else knows this topic better than you, more intimate than you, specifically what the kids are going through. What kids are going through. I don't think there's anyone else. Maybe we have the region superintendent here, but I don't think there's anyone else that knows this topic better than you. So you hit it all out of the ballpark, and I definitely wholeheartedly agree with you, Councilman Alvarez, and I'll be voting with you, Councilman Alvarez. Councilman Ron.
And I'd have a rebuttal myself.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a couple of questions for Danny, and I take exception to nobody knowing what kids need. I'm a parent, and I did the distance learning thing, and it really wasn't all that it was cracked up to be. So I know what kids need. My son has been home just like everybody else's kids. So I can relate. I can totally relate. But when I took on this job, I promised to be a steward of taxpayer dollars. And the money that we pay to the school board is taxpayer dollars. So I think that we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can have a program like this, and we can also lobby to get our taxpayers represented the proper way. So my question to Danny would be, how many students can we service in these facilities with the CDC guidelines and with the restrictions that are currently in place? I know that Tony walked me through some numbers today. I think that there was 19 students at the youth center, maybe 35 perhaps at Royal Oaks. Do you have a total count of how many students we can service?
Sure. So at Roberto Alonso Community Center, it'll be 36 students. It'll be 9 4 rooms there, and then we'll have 18 at the youth center.
18 at the youth center. So we can service 54 students.
Yes.
Do we know how many students are currently enrolled at our local schools? I want to say it's in the thousands of students, if I'm not mistaken. I know that each school probably has 1,500, 1,800. Do we know that number? Does anyone have that number? I would venture to say maybe 7,000 or 8,000 students in the school system. So when I call it a Band-Aid, it's a Band-Aid. It really truly is a Band-Aid, because we are going to service 50 students that really truly need it, but there is going to be a lot of students that really truly need it that are going to be left behind. And there's a lot of parents that can't afford it. So what the parents need is for the tax dollars that they already paid into the school system to service them, or they need a refund. Because I would be totally open to lobbying for a refund, getting our tax dollars back, and then we can use that money to pay for a tutor or whatever it is that we need. The YMCA counselors, are they educators? Can they educate the children? Because I know that's also a factor that's important, because the parents don't know how to educate children and the teachers are at a distance. So Danny, are we gonna have any kind of specialized educators at working for the YMCA, or is it the counselors that usually do the summer camps?
Yeah, it's the counselors that do the summer camps, and what they'll be doing is they'll be monitoring the child.
They'll be monitoring.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so they're going to have monitors. So when I call it a babysitting service, I'm not far from the truth, right? They're not going to be educated. They're just going to be sitting in front of a computer as they would at home, so that mom and dad can go to work. So I take exception to everything that's been said. The first words that came out of my mouth were, I will support this, because I will do anything that I can do to help my residents. But make no mistake, this is a Band-Aid, and we just need to be cognizant of that. It's not meant to offend anyone. It's the reality. It is a Band-Aid, and the more Band-Aids we put in place, the less likely the school system is going to react, because they are not going to be pressured by the parents if there are a lot of Band-Aids in place. That is my only point. The school system cannot spend the whole year closed. They cannot open in all of these long-term phases. They need to understand educators are no different than first responders or doctors and nurses or grocery store workers. They have to go to work. It is what it is. And if the kids are safe in an environment where they're together and they have a counselor, then the kids are safe in a school environment. That is my only point. We're both passionate. I'm passionate about tax dollars. You're passionate about education, Councilmember Alvarez. I didn't mean to offend, but I just want to make the point that we can do both things at the same time. And I think that these things need to be looked at on a month-to-month basis. I just don't want to fall into this long-term thing like we did with the school safety resource officers, where it was a never-ending thing, because we were going to get resource officers, we didn't get them, they were trained, they weren't on staff, and it just kept on going on and on and on because it didn't sunset. That's my only point. So I understand that you know your field, and I'm not doubting that one bit, but this is 54 students is not going to cut it.
54 is more than zero. 54, you're helping 54 families more than helping 0 families.
Perhaps the school facilities.
You're helping 54 more families. Exactly.
Which is why I'm supporting the item.
You're turning something positive into something negative.
Okay.
This is
why I'm supporting the item. Did you not hear that part? Where I'm supporting the item?
I don't know about me, but I don't know anybody else on the dais. You don't sound very positive about this, man.
Mr. Mayor.
We're taking, this is something positive, and you're spinning it into a negative. On your agenda, if you want to lobby a school district and you're upset at them, that's one different thing. I know that I take pride and passion in voting in something that I control. And if I can help 54 more families and 0 families, I'm going to vote for 54 more families. And I'm not going to vote till October 2nd. I'm going to vote and extend this and direct Danny Angel to extend this program until the schoolhouse opens, because I'd rather help 54 more residents than 0 residents.
I understand your point, and maybe you're too close to the problem to see a different perspective, right? And I completely understand that you're very passionate about education, but there are other perspectives that we need to look at as well. I support the item. I'm asking for a sunset. We can vote it up or down. That's entirely up to the council, but don't diminish my perspective, because it's a valid point that I'm trying to make. We cannot tax people and not offer them a service. That's just the way that it is. And this was going to be a short-term thing, and COVID is turning into a long problem. So looking forward, the school board, we gave them whatever they wanted for 3 months until the school year ended, but nobody anticipated that August would come around and school wouldn't open. So this is continuing to drag its feet, and we need to find a solution long-term. That's my only point. With all due respect, we're just going to agree to disagree on this one.
Okay, we did find a solution. We're going to help 54 more families.
We'll come back to you, Councilman Alvarez, but I know Councilman Dieguez had a point to make real quick. I never made a motion. I just want to be clear about that. I know we have some amendments and stuff I never made a motion because staff was already working on that. So I don't know what we're amending. You know what I mean? So I do want to just bring this discussion full board. It's a healthy discussion. I think it's a really good discussion. I mean, I've been out there publicly, myself and Senator Manny Diaz Jr., the only 2 elected officials publicly on social media everywhere to take on the district and their thought process and bring out this issue. I got bashed all over social media from folks for an entire day on that. So just want to make Councilman Dieguez.
Yeah, and I did see some of the comments made as to that effect. And you're right, procedurally speaking, there's really no amendment to be made. But I think what Councilwoman Verano is signaling is that she will be bringing a motion of some kind eventually to make that happen. And let me just begin by saying that I respect both of you, and I think you both, are very passionate in things you believe in. Councilman Alvarez, without a doubt, just like I would not tolerate somebody coming into my space when it comes to law. I understand why you would get passionate with respect to education. That is your turn. With that said, where I'm coming from and where I think Councilman Verano is coming from is that we've seen this from the school board too many times where they turn our children to weapons, right? They use them to justify this prolonged and extended SRO program that the town, ended up picking up a greater share of the cost than we were initially supposed to, right? Then with for example, more recent, with the amendment that they had us vote on, or the tax raise that they had us vote on in 2018, they sold it as, well, it's going to be for public safety, but it was a backdoor way of raising teacher salaries, right? I think this is the behavior that Councilman Verano is referring to that we see too often from the school board, where they use our children as weapons and then expect us to pick up the slack. I don't think that, as Councilman Verano says, it's not that she's not supportive of helping out those 54 kids, but at some point we do also need to get just as passionate about telling the school board to stop the games. And that's why I support what she's trying to say. And I just wanted to throw that in there. But I respect you a lot, man. And this is your wheelhouse. But I just wanted to throw that in there, that I think that's the frustration that she has, certainly a frustration that I have, where again, the kids are being turned into a weapon. So with that, I have no further comments.
I just want to be clear. So so the motion is not an amendment. Can you want to restate where we're at, Madam Clerk?
I don't have a main motion. What I do have is an amendment from Councilwoman Durano, was seconded by, I believe, by Councilmember Collazo, that she would approve this, but until October 2nd. Is that correct, Councilwoman Durano?
Right, that was in the form of, at least my intention was for it to be in the form of a motion. I know that staff is already working on this. I wasn't privy to that information until I saw these new business items. Maybe the rest of you were privy to that information. I didn't know that staff was working on this until I saw the agenda, or actually after I saw the agenda. So at least for me, I'd like to make a motion that we sunset it and we revisit it. I don't want it to be open-ended. It's not that I don't want it to move forward. I just don't want it to be open-ended. That was my motion. And I believe that that's what Councilmember Collazo seconded.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. And rule for transparency purposes, Mr. Manager, did you email the council something about distance learning support options?
Yes, this item, as Danny spoke about, he and his staff have been working on it. They've been discussing it for a while. They've been working on it for about a month. And the email that I sent to the entire council, I believe it was yesterday, was the first communication that I had with any one of you with regard to this program. Now that we're rolling it out, I wanted to make you all aware in case residents phoned you or contacted you about it, so that you were advised what the content of what the essence of the program was going to be.